right, good evening. What's up? Welcome to Poetry Open Mic Asheville. It is good to be with you tonight. My name's Caleb Beissert. I'll be your host for the evening, and thank you so much for joining us. We got a great show tonight. Keep it locked right here. Jacinta White is our featured poet tonight. We're super excited to have her on the show. So y'all stay tuned for that. I'm gonna warm things up with some poems and give y'all a chance to get tuned in, get comfortable, relax, and enjoy. We got a great open mic for you. A lot of great open mic performers signed up as well tonight. So we're gonna get to them, and we'll be checking in with our sponsor, Sovereign Kava, later this evening. So stay tuned for that. It's always good to check in. What's up, everyone tuning in down at Sovereign Kava? Sovereign Kava is open now. The patio's open, and master required, but we got plenty of drinks to go. If you're performing tonight, you get a free kava, so check that out. Also, we really appreciate the likes, comments, and shares, so keep them coming. We love to see the comments. Let us know how you're doing out there. We love to hear from our viewers. Okay. Very good. Let's kick it off with some poems tonight. It's a beautiful spring evening here in the mountains of North Carolina, where we're joining you from tonight. I think I hear the first cicada now. It's lovely. So anyway, these are some originals. This is called Remarked. This begins with an epigram from Wendell Berry. At winter's end, I dance the history of its weather. Head bowed in silence, my arms lift with the first notes of the song. My body becomes wisps of blue smoke, ribbons from winter's cigarette, stale, moist earth, aroma of death, the hope of the moon, colorless deer in its light. Then I reign a long time, then turn to snow, to ice. And try out some new ones here tonight. I always find open mics a good place to take some new work for a spin, so we'll give it a shot here. This one's called Taking Toys to Grandmother. She forgets how to work a Jacob's ladder. She gets a new chair that raises itself to her, a new bed with railings. When she dies, doctors will study her brain. She asks me several times what's in the box. Each time I answer, race cars. Grandmother's death. I remember flowers. People keep bringing them. Coat and ties, saying such serious things. Go away. These strange orchids do not comfort me. The mailman is not my friend today. I push fire trucks, police cars, lions. The flowers keep arriving. And just a couple more here. This one's called To Water. I water the garden with an old tin watering can. When the can is empty, I stand still and listen to the earth drink in the water. The fragrance of good dirt lifts to the air as in gratitude. Little wilted greens already become full again, to stand tall, to reach for afternoon sun, as if hoping for such a plain answer. I straighten my spine and reach into unknown air. This is called Hearing Lorca Play the Piano. This is about the poet Federico Garcia Lorca, who I've been a fan of for a long time. I have a book of his work, of my translations. This is, hearing Lorca play piano. It did not bring back the cafe, dark and cool from the Andalusian heat. It did not stop the storm clouds from gathering above the Cathedral de Granada. It did not dissolve the bullets from the guns of fascists. But when I listened to the trembling old record, your voice coursed through the piano, alive. It did not unburn the pages. It did not move your lips. And this last one's called Deerfield's Echo. An orchard wilting early. The honeyed fragrance of its apple trees stays in the fields. By the pond, the goose with a mangled wing. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You got it locked here to Poetry Open Mic Asheville, coming at you live from Asheville, North Carolina. My name's Caleb Beissert. It is good to be with you tonight. Many thanks to our sponsor, Kava and Sava. That's right. And our technical director tonight is Morgan Beissert. Thanks so much for the comments, everyone. Please keep the comments coming. We love to hear from y'all. And go ahead and tap that like button. Give us some likes. We love it. We want to keep doing this thing for y'all. A lot of people are asking about the in-person open mic coming back, and I think we'd like to continue some form of this in the online thing. But so please keep supporting it, and we'll keep bringing you this each and every Wednesday night, 8:30 p.m. to midnight. All right. I am so excited for our feature poet tonight. We've got a fabulous writer in the house for you. Let me introduce that writer for you. Jacinta V. White, poet, is a teaching artist, coach, facilitator, and entrepreneur. She's the founder of The Word Project and the publishing editor-in-chief of the international quarterly Snapdragon. Big shout out to Snapdragon, a journal of art and healing. Her most recent collection, Resurrecting the Bones, born from a journey through African-American churches and cemeteries in the rural South, was published in 2019. That's from Press 53. Big shout out. That has received national attention as well. She makes her home in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. And to find out more about Jacinta and her work, you can visit jacintawhite.com. There's the link right there. We'll have that in the comments as well. And without further ado, those of you who have seen this before, you know the drill. In order to get our featured poet on here, you have to make a whole bunch of noise. I don't care that you're not here and we can't hear you. We want you to make a whole bunch of noise. So if you're at home or you're in your car, you're out in public somewhere, hopefully still wearing a mask, jump up and down, scream, tap your heels together, shout, spin around, and just generally make a whole bunch of noise for our featured poet tonight, Jacinta White. Y'all give it up. Give it up. Give it up. There we go. There we go. I can hear you. I can hear you all the way over here. All right, Jacinta, hey.
Oh my goodness.
Hopefully that introduction was okay.
It was wonderful. It was wonderful. And the crowd.
Yeah. Yes, that is the actual applause from our open mic we've been doing in Asheville here for the past 10 years.
That's good.
And I'm so happy to welcome you to Asheville virtually tonight. Thank you for being with us. I've been a big fan of your work, and I'm excited that you'll be reading from Resurrecting Bones tonight. Yeah. First of all, how are you doing? How have things been? How's the writing treating you?
Well, those are two different questions.
That's
two different answers.
True, yeah.
But things are going well. Life is well. I feel extremely blessed that me and my family are doing well, and are able to enjoy the moment and life that has changed drastically for so many people.
Indeed.
Writing, I can't say as much. I'm excited that I do think I have an idea for a new collection that I'm working on, but it's so early to tell,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But things,
And
I
those
have
things take time.
They do. Yes,
Yeah.
they do.
Yeah. Well, that's fantastic. Well, I've been reading Resurrecting Bones, and there's some fantastic poems in here. It's about churches and cemeteries in the rural South, African American churches and cemeteries in the rural South. But I find it really covers a lot. From love. And just like really everything in life too, because you actually you tell some of these people's stories that you find in the cemeteries, and you you tell the stories of the churches that you visit and whatnot. It's really fascinating, and you actually went on this journey and went around and visited all these places. Can you tell us a little bit about how that came about? How did this project come about and become a book?
Yes. It did not start out as a book. It started out with a conversation that I had with one of my dad's brothers. My dad's deceased. My grandfather's deceased. Both of them were pastors. And my uncle said, let's visit the churches that your dad and your granddad pastored before you were born. And I was, of course, let's do that. And at the time, it was more about genealogy and getting to know them. I was 23 when my dad passed. I felt like I knew him well, but I didn't know who he was before he was my dad.
Right.
So it was a great opportunity to hear from some of the parishioners that remembered him. But the first church that we visited, and we went every first Sunday of the month, which is typically Communion Sunday in Protestant churches. And the first church that we went to, I noticed there was a cemetery. It's a small, rural dirt road shotgun church. And there's a cemetery. And I grew up in city churches, and there's no cemetery next to it. And I was just really, I was just really struck by the intimacy that was there and the history. And I wanted to discover more. I was curious. And that led to me writing poems because I didn't know how else to process what I was experiencing. And then that led to maybe this is a book. And that led to me to receiving a grant from the Winston-Salem Arts Council that allowed me to travel farther than North Carolina and to visit churches that were outside of the family. So it grew organically and surprisingly.
Because you went to Texas and Louisiana and
Georgia,
Alabama, right? Georgia, all kinds of
not
places.
Louisiana, but Georgia, South Carolina.
Okay. Maybe
not
it was
for this book.
No, but you have a gumbo poem, right?
I do have a gumbo poem.
Maybe that's what I was thinking of.
Yes, and I think I might read that one tonight. It's
good. Yes. That's fantastic. I think maybe that's one of the reasons I could connect to it. My grandfather on my mother's side, my grandmother on my father's side were both pastors as well. So
you have stories.
Yes, but it's so cool to get the other perspective, because I mean the churches, I mean, still to this day are kind of segregated.
Yes. Yep.
Right. So
Yep.
It's interesting to see the perspective because it's not, it's a lot of there's a lot of things that are exactly the same, but there's other like traditions in here that were kind of new to me and interesting to find out about. So I think there's so much story in this collection.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, I think that's probably a good place to get into some of these poems, shall we?
Let's do it.
Wonderful. All right. Well, I'm going to turn it over to you, Jacinta. But everybody out there, give it up one more time for Jacinta White. Oh, and if you have any questions, leave those in the comments, and we'll be happy to see if we can get to some of those questions after her reading. All right. Jacinta White, y'all. Cheers.
I don't know why that makes me laugh, but it does. So the first poem that I'm going to read is Church Mothers. And this is the poem that I wrote at the first church that we visited. Church Mothers. Women in white dresses surround me after service like absent mothers longing for babies' return to their breasts. Rejoicing prayers for a daughter's return are answered while they wait in line to tell me they knew my folks and how they knew me, young, in pigtails and knee-highs. They remind me when I was not yet full of the life I now hold behind my eyes, pain taking up space, a thought no one could see. Women, gray curls spiraling from beneath the cloth hats, twist both my arms in theirs. Take her to the altar, one says to the other. I am caught up in their strength, speechless and well taught to not resist this kind of salvation. We fall to our knees, caught by a purple velvet cloud and wooden rails. Blood and water sprinkled on my forehead. Forgive, they firmly whisper, their breath on each of my cheeks. Say you, forgive. And then this next one is titled Tending the Past. I am accused of tending to the dead, my long lace fingers before ascending prayers. Though call them God, I do not, meditatively, weep from longing or misguided grief. I know them know how, but somehow this emptiness is familiar. I make love to loneliness, wake feeling it reverberate between my flesh and bones, hear it whisper me back to sleep where the dead call my name. They do not pray mercy for my soul or care about this imaginary life I've built where we eat breakfast in the kitchen nook. I told my mother as a child I saw ghosts in the rain. I was sprinkled with holy water, baptized in fire, learned to push secrets under to a land in silence instead. So this collection is inspired by visits that I took initially to churches that had some family connection, and then it expanded beyond that. And so some of it's based on people that I've met or what people have said or research that I did of those who were buried. And this next one that I want to read is about a portion of a cemetery that's here in Winston-Salem. And most cemeteries that have the enslaved buried aren't marked by a sign. There's no gate that welcomes you in. There aren't any flowers necessarily that are laid out. No tombstones, because names may not have been known, or the means may not have been there, or the permission may not have been given at that time. And so if you've ever been to Old Salem in Winston-Salem, there's several cemeteries, but there's a portion in the back that's this poem is about. And so there's not a title of the poem. It's the brackets, the symbol for brackets. Excuse me. And the subtitle is Second African American Graveyard, East Salem Avenue and Cemetery Street, Winston-Salem, North Carolina. 50 tombstones, dusty white, a forgotten fog, until we found our way near the train tracks. I was told the bridge to follow. The sounds, the density of our past, drops of red blood dried in green grass, southern dirt buries all alike, dust to dust ashes to ashes, we stand Palm Sunday plain. To get here, we walked past the all-white church letting out. No one made eye contact. 50 tombstones near the railroad tracks don't have names. My niece, Erin, is with me. She rubs the concrete stones with her fingers. We make up names for those missing and wonder if we are standing on unmarked bodies, if they wish we were barefoot so they could bless the bottoms of our souls. There is nothing there, just a blank slab to mark the life of a slave whose blood may live in ours and on the page. I think it's lovely to have these virtual events. I also miss audience interaction. So I'm kind of like, what do I read next? I can't tell. The book is, it's a small book when you think about a poetry collection, larger than a chapbook, but not, 60, 100 pages. But it's divided into 3 parts. And the first part focuses more on the actual trips. So the inspiration that I received sitting in those pews in the sanctuary and walking throughout the cemeteries. The second part of the book really speaks more from my perspective as a woman having grown up as a PK or a preacher's kid of a prominent church in Black culture. So it's me really sorting through that, because for so long I was known as, the pastor's daughter. And so it's, what's my voice now as a grown woman? And then the third portion of the book looks at what's going on in the world, particularly as it deals with race relations. And, and I infuse religion in that. Most of the poems in this book were written 2013, 2014 to about 2017. So some of what we're seeing now in the media, and as we think about race, wasn't going on at that time, but we saw it progressing. So this next poem is one out of the second section, and it's titled 12 Stones. I spent Sabbaths water baptizing head first, rinsing the week's sin, saying I believe. Coming up, dreads drench the gospel of Nina Simone from the bathroom's choir loft, playing. While praying, generations will come bathe my back, read my palms, see their history in the lines around my eyes, smell their trials on my breath. I spent years walking over graves, bowing to read each stone-washed name. I tucked inside my pocket 12 stones. You ask when I return if bones can live. Listen on. One of my favorite poems in this collection is Confession. It's a difficult one to read, so I'm gonna skip over that. But it's just one of my personal favorites. It's about Paris and all of that good stuff. This next one is Gumbo Soul. It's not based on my trip to Louisiana, but I'm glad it gives that reference to that part of the South. Gumbo Soul is great for growing cotton and blueberries and heirloom roses, but it is better for burying the dead and stories and roots and family ties and nonsense and quarrels and letters and coins and cigarette butts and moonshine and past lives and past wives with boyfriends and all things unspeakable, and guilt and sin and worn shoes and costume jewelry and faux fur and fake identities and hatchets, and all the harsh language ever spoken to you or against you, words that stink and slay and slash and fly out, all which cannot be unburied, deep memories and gapped smiles and southern charm and lopsided history books and roots of willow trees still trying to speak if anyone will listen, and letters and boxes under floorboards and bruised photos and feet of your too late lover standing graveside, tearful and empty-handed. I like that one too. Okay. I don't know how much time I have left. I'm gonna read. There are two poems that I know that I want to read. So I hope I have time to read both of those. And this one is titled Body. A couple of years ago, I was awarded I got a note, 2 or 3. Okay, good. So few years ago, I was awarded a fellowship at the Palm Beach Poetry Festival and had the honor of taking a week-long workshop with Terrence Hayes. And one of the assignments or prompts was to write a poem where you just repeated the same word over and over and over again. And so I chose body as my word. So this is body. Sun-scarred body coming from between your mother's legs, 60 extra bones scape her full-figured body. In this body, you're threatened by your threatening dark skin. I see your dark sky, purple grapes massaged by drunkards who refuse to look at your body for what it is. Eat the white crackers, drink the purple wine. This is the body. They digest hums about being on knees, holding pages of rituals in between shallow breaths. If only it were that easy. Shedding sin every hour like shedding 600,000 skin particles. Count them, you, reader. Can't you see them falling? The bodies, the black bodies of children, the black bodies of husbands, the black bodies of wives, the black bodies of prostitutes, the black bodies of pimps, the black bodies of preachers, the black bodies of poets, the black bodies of the unarmed and unnamed. Count the bodies and black body bags, and I would count the pages and bodies of work that talk about black body subjugation, about black women bodies sexualization, about black men bodies degradation. When I touch your black chest to make sure your heart isn't still, eventually you guide my fingers to read your nipples like Braille. I think of the 100,000 miles of blood we traveled into these bodies, and I want to know what your body feels like. If it feels like my body, if it feels like you're running out of air, if you feel awkward walking into a room with your body because it's so much like your grandmother's body, and your grandmother's body wasn't wanted even by her newborns. I pull your body close to mine every moment I can, as if mine is a bulletproof body shield, giving warmth, so you won't die in my arms or out there later. Have your body placed in a black body bag, and I get called to identify your body. Write your name on a tag with a black permanent marker, because they give me what you wore against your body, against your black body, against your body. This is the body. This is the body. This is the body that was broken. So if you, so I grew up, the denomination that I grew up in is the AME Zion denomination. And part of the confession for, and this is scriptural, so it goes with any denomination in church, but part of the confession for communion was it was about the body, right? This is the body that was broken for you. Take and eat ye all of this. Do it in remembrance. This is the blood that was shed. So I wanted to pull that in as we think about our bodies, right? Like, anyway, that's another conversation. Okay, I'm gonna do one more, right? One more. I think one more is good. Okay, so this poem is good. This poem is the second to the last poem in the collection, and I wrote it towards the end of my residency in Texas, in Corsicana, Texas. Okay, now it's titled Now. I am not in the grave, taking dictation from ancestors who call me from sleep to bring them flowers, ends to secrets or cigarettes. I am not staring at the sun streaming through stained glass names of someone's grandparents long gone, past country fields and dirt roads I've traveled to come to an end. I am not listening to tambourines or testimonies about the good Lord. I am not dusting off hymnals or cardboard boxes holding my deceased dad's cologne or journals or hand-me-down hopes. I am not busy making gumbo of religion and sacrifices while friends sit in the other room talking about the dryness of their hair. I am not thinking of the hours it took to get the red clay out of mine, or how the roux is not yet dark enough. I am not looking at midnight against my lover's skin, questioning where this will all lead. I am not wondering if he sees the tunnel of my thoughts as he travels the lines of my spine. I am sitting at a window overlooking the gas station that appeared in my dreams before I arrived, abandoned, except for those I meet at 3 a.m., buried in graves I visited midsummer. I bring them cigarettes and ends to secrets. They give me pieces of myself they took as ransom before I was born. I wake, remembering why I am here, that beneath the bed where I stay is dirt.
Yay! Thank you, Jacinta. Wonderful reading. I was way into that. Thank you. I love that last one too. That's so great.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good stuff here. That's Jacinta White, y'all. The book is Resurrecting the Bones. Everyone can buy that, and we have a link for that in the comments you can find, and also you can check out jacintawhite.com. Let's see if we had any questions for our featured poet. By the way, if you have any questions, just leave those in the comments, and we'll try to get to that. A lot of positive comments though. A lot of people saying they loved it. Let's see. We have one question here. From Wayne. Wayne, Jacinta comments, "That's a poem I like. Do poets publish poems they don't like? Just curious."
Great question.
It's a good question. It is.
There are poems that I like better than others. So maybe I should say that's the one that I like the best. So I have favorites. Parents have favorites. They say that they don't, but they do. I'm my mom's favorite. I'm just saying. I don't think my brother,
real, right?
Just being real.
That's fantastic. I mean, I also think that there, especially when you're working on a book, right? Like, there are those poems that might be like standalone favorites, but then there's other poems that are kind of necessary to work into the sequence of the book to tell the story. They might, they might work in the sequence of the book, but like as a standalone poem, it might not be like your favorite. Yeah.
And there are poems that I mean, I like all of them that are in here, but I'm not going to read. I read the ones that I think are going to tell the story without you having to really buy the book. That I really want you to buy the book. And then there's some that I just love to read, and so that's what I meant. Like, oh, I like this one. It's like I like to read this one.
Yeah. Some poems are actually just fun to read, right? They have a good rhythm or something. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I feel you on that. I definitely agree with that. Let's see. Did we have any other questions? I don't think we had any other questions. I think the work really speaks for itself. And I certainly hope everyone will buy the book, and I look forward to more work from Jacinta. We'll see where the next book takes you. Could be anywhere after this trip, right?
We'll see. I'm enjoying the journey. I'm trying to literally enjoy the journey.
Yes, I think that's key, and then the poems will come.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Jacinta, I hope we can host you in person in Asheville sometime in the future. Yes. Hopefully soon. I'm ready for readings to come back, but I'm glad we could do this virtually and have this opportunity to connect.
Yes, thank you.
So, absolutely. Thank you for doing it tonight. We got tons of comments for Jacinta. Y'all keep them coming, and please visit that website right there and buy the book. Buy the book. It's how much is the book?
$14.95.
Only $14.95.
Whole story.
That's what's up. Cool. Well, thank you, Jacinta, and thanks for coming by, and we hope to see you again soon.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Our pleasure. Everyone out there, give it up one more time for Jacinta White. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Yes. Very good, and you've got it tuned in here to Poetry Open Mic Asheville. We're live from North Carolina tonight. Thanks for joining us. I'm here in Asheville. That was Jacinta over in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Y'all visit the website, buy the book, and we got a whole bunch of open mic performers coming at you tonight. I'm really excited about, so y'all keep it locked right here. Keep in mind our sponsor is Sovereign Kava, the Kava bar here in Asheville, who's been supporting arts and community events for 10 plus years now here in the Asheville community, and providing this open mic, this space to share your poetry each and every Wednesday night, and come together with other performers. And we welcome all people in all forms of artistic self-expression. So if you play flute or you dance or anything else, it's cool. It's cool here. So we're gonna keep it moving. Up next on the list tonight, I believe we have Keaton from here in Asheville, fine young poet here from Asheville, North Carolina. Let's see if we can get Keaton connected. Y'all know the drill though. Poets keep it under 10 minutes, and try to be ready when your spot's coming up. We appreciate y'all. Y'all make some noise for Keaton. Hey, what's up, Keaton?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I'm a little laggy right now. I'm going off the data
delay
on my phone, so
it happens.
It's kind of a shot in the dark.
That's all right. Why don't we just turn it over to you and have you read those fine poems of yours then?
Okay,
and then we don't
good.
have to wait.
I've just
for
got
that.
a couple of quick and easy.
Awesome.
Yep, I see where this is going.
Yeah, cool. All right, we'll turn it over to Keaton. Y'all give it up for Keaton. Oh, no. Did we lose Keaton? No, I was just going to turn it over to you to read the poems. We can hear you fine. Are you still there, Keaton? Can we get Keaton connected? All right, we'll go to the next performer if we don't have Keaton. Oh, that is a bummer. I wanted to hear Keaton. We'll see if we can get Keaton reconnected for y'all. In the meantime, up next on the mic tonight, I believe we have Molly. Molly Rice is in the house tonight. I'm so excited. Fine poet from here in Asheville with us. Let's see if we can get Molly connected. Y'all gotta make some noise there. Give it up. Molly,
hello,
hey.
How's it going?
Hey. Oh, it's going great. It's so good to see you. I'm glad you could be here tonight.
I am so excited, chiming in from Hickory this dark evening.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Y'all live in Hickory.
Well,
I see you and Adrian in Asheville frequently, right?
Yes,
well, I
Asheville's
did
in
before
our
all
heart.
this.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Good. That's cool. Yeah. Well, say hi to Adrian for me.
I sure will.
Good. Well, I'm so excited. You brought some poems to read tonight?
Sure did. Going to read from a few from my chapbook from Finishing Line Press called Mill Hill. I'll start with that.
Oh, cool. Big shout out to Finishing Line Press. We've had a bunch of their poets on. We love Finishing Line. Molly, I'll turn it over to you. Everybody give it up for Molly.
Wonderful, Caleb. Thanks so much for running this. What an amazing event to keep us all connected in these strange times. I'll start off. I can't wait for the lightning bugs to come. You know, that's such a highlight of summer, of a southern summer. This is called Homefront. My mother rips the glow from the lightning bug and paints our faces with her fluorescent fingers. We'd wait and watch with round eyes electrified for our marks. Cheeks puffed, breath bated, crickets' cantos ricochet off trees. Rough, yarn-worn fingers press my face, one stripe down each cheek, warm gut glow. All the Mill Hill houses white and straight in a row know within their walls wars are growing. But tonight, with him not home, we three little Indians escape a scalping and dance in the dusk, glowing. This one's called Lightning Bug Lamp. Frenzied race, me in the lead, little stars in my jar. Even pushed her down to get the one she was after. Then Mommy whistled, the race was over. I counted the lightning bugs in my Mount Olive dill pickle jar. 16, the others well below. I slept with my prize on the windowsill. I awoke and saw them pushing each other down to get to the lid. Frenzied race, all lit up. Horrible glow in my lightning bug lamp. Horrible heat in my heart. And just a few new ones. I too am a grandparent's child. I heard a lot this evening so far from Caleb and Jacinta about grandmother and grandparents, very dear to our ancestral line of who we are deeply. This is for my granddaddy who had dementia in his last days. Breaker diesel smoke. A convoy of memories line up down the corridor, revving up their engines for that last long haul, the magic mile. Bet you'd be happy to know you won't have to ride in a bone box. You already been bedded, been horizontal for a while. I wait for the 10-4, seems like the landline always sounds the sorry signal. Come back, come on. I put my face to yours. I say, hello, hello, can you hear me? Got a copy, can you see me? Got your ears on? Come back, Granddaddy. When I ask, they only reply with how many candles you've got burning. 89. He's declining. Nervous system shutting down, making him jerk. Heavily medicated. Eyes in the wee gone. On the by. Head in the horizon. Checking my eyelids for pinholes, I stand in the threshold and rush back each time I see your mouth move. Silent, ratchet jaw. Distant drone. What's your 20? Only his eyes shift when I say his other half's name. Mary Lou. Dark time, his black Velcro shoes opened and sitting on the windowsill ready to go. Ground clouds, follow the stripes home. Forever, 88's out, Pinky. And this last one is also for my grandfather. And thank you so much for having me, and what a wonderful event. Really appreciative of being here. Genesis. But such a tide as moving seems asleep, too full for sound and foam, from which that which drew from out of the boundless deep turns again home. It's from Tennyson. In my Irish scarf, I cradle his ashes and knelt at the altar of his last wishes, to scatter among the waves my grandfather's remains. Every inch of him, the coastline of love. The many miles he had driven us down each summer, happy enough to sit perched on the balcony and watch us, his body barnacled. I told him I forever loved him and held him as he once did baby me. I thanked him for everything. Simple words whispered on the ocean's breeze. I dipped him under the next gentle lapping breaker. He slipped through my fingers to the foam on the granular blanket of quartz, feldspar, mica, into the skeletons of moon snails, ear shells, lightning whelk, banded tulip, Scotch bonnet, his ashes, sand, his bones, shell, gone, bygone. Genesis. Thank you so much.
Very nice. Thank you, Molly. I love it when the poems different people read start having a conversation throughout the night. You know, it's always nice.
Well, it's been wonderful being here. I just listen, and then you think, as a poet, you think, you know, listening to the evening, what are we talking about collectively, and then just choose if I have any to that nature. But
I love that.
But grandmothers and grandfathers, they're just, if they're good, they're amazing. But thank you, Caleb, so much.
True indeed. Thank you so much, Molly. It's been a pleasure, and I hope you can make it back to read again sometime.
I'd love to. Thank you.
Wonderful. All right, y'all give it up one more time for Molly Rice. See you, Molly.
Bye.
Yes, indeed. Thanks for tuning it in tonight. Yes, we're here with you live from Asheville, North Carolina.
When did you forget
It's Poetry
that you
Open
were
Mic
borrowed?
Asheville.
When did you look at your skin and decide you were an impotent, dirty old locomotive? The ghost of a locomotive. The specter and shade of a once powerful, mad American locomotive.
All right, keep it locked here. We got more performers coming at you. I think we got Keaton connected again. Wait, do we have Keaton connected? Let's see if we're going to Keaton. Oh, no Keaton yet. Okay, who do we have next?
And stuck it at my side like a scepter. And delivered my sermon to my soul.
Phil. We have Phil.
And anyone who will listen.
Hold on, Phil's ready. We got Phil connected. Y'all make some noise for the one and only Phil Huber. Give it up.
We're all beautiful golden sunflowers inside.
Phil.
Hi.
Well, hey.
How you doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, you know. I'm hanging in there.
Yeah.
Doing all right. I got to ask you, the cut song, not that one, but the other one. That's the Max Mellner piano line, isn't it?
Yep.
It is.
You
okay.
called it, and thank you for reminding me. I should have mentioned our theme music tonight is
There you
by
go.
Max Mellner. Yes. Yeah. Good ear, Phil.
Every time I hear it, it's
course.
like, damn, that's Max. That's got to be
course
Max.
you
man.
would.
Who else could it be but Max? You know? There's only one Max.
Yep. That's right, and we love him. Yep.
Well, I've been having visions.
Mhm.
With the people getting their shots and such, and folks starting to reemerge, that we need to be gentle with each other, because this is these are folk that you haven't seen. Jason and I, man, we haven't touched in a year and maybe a month, you know.
Wow.
It's just our son. We said.
Right. Wait, hold on. I lost my audio. Is that just me? Daniel? Oh. Oh, audio's out on Phil. Phil, we lost your audio.
Check.
There it is.
Sorry.
Just tonight's just all kinds of interesting. Sorry,
It's all
what
kinds
were
of
you saying?
interesting.
I think you were saying something really important. I'd like to hear.
Oh, I was talking about family members that haven't seen each other, friends that haven't seen each other, and us being locked up and isolated. Us being locked up and isolated for a year and more. And talking about Beth at Christmas, we couldn't actually. We took the presents, we left them on the shelf outside the apartment, and Jason waved to his mom "Merry Christmas," and I thought she was going to shatter into a million tiny bits. So my thought is, we really need to. We've got an opportunity to hear. We've been wearing the masks, and they've replaced some of the masks we had before all of this shit went down. You know, and we've.
Mm-hmm. Right. Oh, we lost you again.
Check.
A little short there.
I got to shorten my cable. All right, I'll quit touching the damn thing.
Don't touch
I've
it.
only got one song, so I'm keeping it to 10. But I wanted to talk
right.
with this about this with you.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. And so I'm just imagining people going back out. I mean, going to the store is weird enough, but going back out and being in crowds and being at events and being outside and running into people that you haven't seen in a year, and the opportunity that it is for us to bring ourselves to the moment, you know, and bring the self that we've lived with for a year and decided, yeah, okay, this is how I really am. And a lot of people have had the opportunity to say, wait, this is how I really am. This is how I dress. This is how I walk. This is how I talk when no one's around, you know? And so we have our authentic selves that we can bring to it. But the really important thing to remember right now is that we need to be gentle with ourselves and gentle with each other, you know, because, I mean, just the act of touching someone's arm at this point is like, you know, so
Yes.
we really need to take it slow and be chill and be cool and be supportive of one another and really allow each other that space.
Right.
To bring themselves back into the world and back to life, you know.
Right.
And
Yeah.
we're coming back to life, and I just want to remind everybody to be kind and be gentle with themselves and with other folk.
Well said.
And,
that is an
So
important PSA.
I have a.
Yeah. Well, I've heard a lot of people
So-
talking about they're having this anxiety now about going back.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
When initially it was this anxiety about not having social contact, now there's the opposite anxiety building up.
And there's people who are like, I don't know if I can go back out, you know. Yeah, but if everybody's out there
got
going,
comfortable here.
hi, welcome, we got you, it's good, come on, here we go.
Hey, I can't.
Let's all grab hands and run through the fucking park, man.
Let's just ease back in.
You can't run, we'll just stand. Whatever, man. Whatever it takes, man. We're flexible. We've had a lot of self-reflection
Yeah.
as a culture and as individuals, you know.
Indeed. Very good.
So I have a prayer I want to do on my flute for just that, and
Yes.
it's a Roberta Flack song.
All right, I'm gonna turn it over to you, Phil.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll give it up for
Thank
Phil
you, I love you.
with a prayer on the flute. Love you too, Phil. That's beautiful. Thank you, Phil. I think we lost your audio again, but I think we heard what we needed to. Let's see how to add something else. Nope, it's gone now. I think the cable just died. It lasted all the way through the flute thing, so hell yeah. All right. That I can understand. Love you too, Phil. Thank you so much for joining in tonight. Get a new cable and come back next time. We love you, Phil. Thank you so much. Great stuff. Give it up for Phil Huber. Woo! Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. You know, we're making it work tonight. We're making it work. It's good. So, you know, keep it locked right here. Poetry Open Mic Asheville coming at you live from Asheville, North Carolina. I think, unfortunately, we did not get Keaton reconnected. I think we have Daniel at Sovereign Kava up next. Is that right? Hold on. Let's see. We're having some technical diffs tonight. We'll get this ironed out for you. No worries. Okay, we got Sovereign connected. Y'all go ahead. Wait, who's that? Okay, that's right. Yeah, we got Sovereign connected. Sorry for the confusion there, folks. Let's get Sovereign in the house. Y'all make a whole bunch of noise for Sovereign Kava, our sponsor. Yo! What's up? It's Chris Madrono, live from Sovereign Kava. How you doing tonight, Chris? Very good, very good. What's happening down there at the bar? Y'all tuning into the mic?
Yep. We're all tuning into the mic. I just shut it off to get some performers up on it. So we're here.
Excellent.
Got a lovely little setup right here. That's a little bright.
Yes, indeed. Nice outdoor distance setup down there at the Kava bar tonight. We got a couple of performance spots coming at you live from the bar. Who do you have for us tonight, Chris?
So I got a bunch of people. Is it just the three still, or are you performing also? No, just okay. So I have a first up bar favorite, Daniel Hart. Damn.
All right.
So bright.
Y'all give it up
bright so they can see you.
for Daniel Hart. What's up, Daniel Hart? How's it going?
Not much. I can barely hear you, but it's lovely to see
You don't need to
Well,
hear
we can
him.
hear you. Go ahead and play some music for us. Y'all give it up for Daniel
Wonderful.
Hart.
The sound. So this is a kind of a parody of an actual song for my newest and loveliest friend. And it goes, lean on, the whole day through, babe. Just an old sweet song keeps leaning on my mind. Shoot. Lean on, the whole day through, babe. Just an old sweet song keeps leaning on my mind. Other arms reach out to me. Other eyes smile tenderly. Still that peaceful dream I see. The road leads back to you, baby. Lean on, the thought of you comes as soft and clear as the moonlight through the pines. Oh, thank you so much. You're all too kind. Seriously. This is real quick. I'm gonna play an old Tyler Childers song. She likes stealing from Salvation Armies. Says it makes her feel like the movies. Batting her eyes with a crooked smile, just wondering why the hell I'm pissed. This ain't no movie that I can recall. This ain't exactly the Italian Job. This kind of shit is for soccer moms, just dying to be young again. She's dancing around the room in her cheetah print bodysuit. Roll the credits when the scene's through on the story of a messed up kid. She says, I got a problem with drinking. Loves going out on the weekends. Throws me the keys with a pretty please. Just wonders if I'll drive her home. She says she knows my weakness. That's why it tells me to beat it. That's why I love her so. But since Roanoke, I won't take her out to shop no more. She's dancing around the room in her cheetah print bodysuit. Roll the credits when the scene's through on the story of a messed up kid. On the story of a messed up kid. Thank you so much. If I got time, I'll just play some fingerstyle because that's easy, you know.
that good? Sounded good to me. I
don't know about y'all. What do y'all think?
Woo! Caleb Beissert, everybody! Caleb Beissert.
All right. It's so good to see everybody for some open mic. Yeah! That's what I'm talking about. It's been a great night so far. We still got some more coming at you. I think we got Trash Chameleon.
Hell the fuck yeah, we do!
Make some noise for Trash. Give it up. Yeah. Woo.
You can take your mask off. You're far enough away.
Hi. What the fuck? Okay, so I write poems.
Woo!
I'm on rollerblades right now.
Woo!
I just live like that. Okay, I wrote this like the night after my birthday. I'm gonna read 4 poems. They're very short. Heart is a big pool of balloon water. Olive juice, the beckoning kind, the freedom that exists in creation. The moon has kept us in a breathable place for millennia. Does anyone have an answer how soon it would end without it? Who decided the existence of luck? Who made me lucky? Who questioned the moon? Nausea is a weird drug, a burnt drum, a bone-stretching, ridiculous rant. How honest is the late night that could peek into morning? How truthful is the butter that pretends to be censors? How good is communication if it's not a mutual understanding? I feel like I'm doing my best, but oh my God, I feel so lonely. So ambushed, so eloquently embarrassed. For who? For what? This is who I am. I should parade my skin suit around the town and say, hey, I've got a being in here! It's this constant weight of feeling misunderstood that follows me like a wet dog, and the smell is awful. But she's so sweet, it's so innocent and alone, and I want to help her, wash her. Good night, time to let go. New movies tomorrow, books today. I will breathe into myself and forgive again, for this is not the first time or nearly the last that I play Scrabble with myself or God or figments of reason. I am okay. That is enough for now. I am lucky. That is amazing. I am here quite spectacularly. This is a small planet in a small solar system in a difficult to conceptualize universe. Hey, just so you know, we are tiny, 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 tiny pea pods full of indescribable love. Woo!
Yeah!
Woo! An apparition, thinking in the Ingalls parking lot. I used to be smooth like a ghost, an incredible anchor or miasma. I used to be cold and shivering spice. I used to be selfish. Sometimes I still am, but it takes a warrior 2 minutes of the back end to be this. A heart crush, crushed by heart tomato. Soup being wild was a thing we used to do, and I let go of the underwhelming choices you made. I made room for many eyes of imagination, and yes, I'm allowing myself to create my own words, because besides you is a book full of knowledge you haven't spent a penny whistling, a book full of pain you've never felt until licking the pages with your eyes. I'm not hurt, I'm not angry, I'm just sullen, amazed, and curt with myself. Protection, I know where I stand, I know what I might be told to deserve, I know nothing, to be completely honest. Isn't that completely okay? What we wish to shit out doesn't always feel like we imagined it to. I miss it, I miss it, I miss it, I miss it, but I've got to be some kind of masochist, huh? Going into Ingalls, and I often feel like writing is a useless art, tedious and ugly. I feel like a million ants are eating my corpse alive and saying, hey, you did nothing important, didn't even write in your own words, you big whore. But fuck them, they're ants, and I love them.
Yes! Yes!
Okay, so I got like 2 more. The pain is insignificant today. The tones that misled me into a year of waiting. Now I am surviving on burnt waffles. I don't blame you either. Somehow the sun sneaks up and the cows moo loud enough to shake you. You look at the dew on the grass and ask yourself how it's morning already. You procrastinate the things you must do for survival, like you're protesting the very existence of pain. But no one will begin to care about your sorrows or inabilities until you make something beautiful in front of them. No one cares of your suffering until they idealize you and feel the warmth of your body. You are special. We all have this magic wrench inside of us, mechanizing our deep stains and wilts into palpable beauty to survive. I am so tired. Ache so poignant. If unexists the trial and travel of the heart, pumping an impossible amount, wondering why, who, how, why, eating itself alive, and with holy moans and sad note endings, bummer potentiated by the wheel of the blood. Here I come, here I go, here I am, and the bones still crackle, move in the sweat of fluid, boisterous, cozy, enough for a home. And the awful piss of compartmentalizations and giving up on even trying to change. The mood is different. The mood is nigh. I just want to mean something, echo, something. What is the build but a stone bridling? Everyone's worried about me. Everyone's fucking worried about me. Fuck it. Who's new? Who's a generation? Blanket stabbing, pain in the chest and the bosom. Get rid of it. So my honest, pinned yolk shut the front door before closing it up, before wrapping it up all up. It's sad and indifferent. And I am most definitely confusing, no doubt, but listen to the measures of blue waste to hear. I hate myself over and over and over, but then I love myself over and over, so over. It's quiet, it's loud, and I can't smell the elegance of what you're wearing because I can't hear what you said and it kills me. Ugh. Why did you choose to separate entirely? One excellent questions for requisition exposure. How interesting is the past wave, the one that lingers that days? Hello, eat, or write, or have the time I'm bleeding, or being so to do with you, it's ascended punctuation. It's repugnant, living and breaking and eating and sneaking around your internal shell beings just because you don't know how to breathe, take count, and wish upon numerics. Hello! Just a reminder, I am a little foggy and the blood is thick like a moving car, silky and insignificant. But at least I'm having fun, bitch. Woo!
Yeah!
Everybody give it up for Caleb Beissert and Christmas
Trash Chameleon, everybody. That was incredible. You guys all sit right here. Give us a shout. Come on. Woo, 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 woo. All right, we're going to go inside for a special treat. Stay right there, guys. You should be able to hear it. We're coming in to a Kava bar for a little set with the Kava Lactones Light. I don't know. What are you guys calling yourselves today?
We're the slack time.
The Slacktones.
We're part of the Lactones. Hey, look, I found Max Milner, our theme music.
Hey, yeah, thanks
And,
for that.
yeah, come check us out. The Lactones have a gig at the bar on, it's so weird being able to hear that in the background.
May 1st.
May 1st, thank you. So, I don't know, shall we jam quick open mic set for these fine people? Maybe. Max Melner on the keyboard thing. Sensitive keys. All right. Thanks a lot, y'all. Check us out. May 1st. Lag times. I think we got Ron Farb coming up next, and then we got Zach and Christopher after that. Y'all give it up for our next performers.
The impeccable slack tones. Max Melner, Caleb Beissert, all right, we're coming out here. And now next up on the mic, we have Rowan Farb.
What's up, guys? Man, me. Yeah. Wow.
He has to turn the thing off so it doesn't. It's you. That's you talking.
Holy shit.
He's about to turn it off.
All right. Okay. Whew. Man.
Sorry.
No, thank you.
Okay, it sounds like it's good.
Hello?
You gotta wait like a
All right. Fair enough.
I think.
Can you hear me now? Oh, I have to sit, don't I? All right. Hello?
Okay, yeah.
Is it, Caleb, is it working? Can you hear me? I'm good. All right, cool. Wow. I haven't read poetry in probably like a year now, so just bear with me for a second. Yeah. Yeah. All right, here we go. I don't know if you can call this a poem, but I just wrote it. I'm gonna read that in 2 short things, but man, here we go. The night lets me down gently. My posture declines as I beg the moon 1 more hour of her beauty, please. Not a single star in the sky, and dear Lord, guess I'm stuck on Earth another night. As I drain the last of my drink, hoping it will grant me the catharsis I so desperately wish to pay for. My mind wanders to you, whoever you may pertain to this week, at least, and I make a list of reasons not to text you. 1, it is past midnight. 2, our conversation is likely stuck in limbo as I all but refuse to answer my phone. 3, I do not have the words to casually explain that I am a bit inebriated with no drive to go home to 4 cold walls and an empty bed. And what if we stopped orbiting the same damn sun another week or 2 and collided the way we both truly want to? No gentle way to say, look, you make me feel good, safe, and special, and what if we just brushed up against that rising wave before it crashes into shore? I am so tongue-tied and tired of how hard we make this on ourselves. We want one common thing, and the road to get there is filled with potholes and terror, bridges under repair, dread, doubt, and dismissal. I say to my blank phone screen, well, fuck. Time to smoke some weed and blow a kiss to the moon, because at least she's here. Boom. And let's see, what else? Man.
Hell yeah.
Very rusty. Very, very rusty. God damn it. Oh, cool. Here's a poem that I wrote last time I moved somewhere. I moved into my new spot probably like 2 years ago now, and I really like this poem. This is one of my favorite things I've written in the last few years. I now wake for naught but my own sluggish needs, and when I open my eyes, it is to a large, tidy space I made my own, and when I eat, I am nourished. When I bathe, truly, I am cleaned. When I love, I am a pristine vessel for both beauty and truth. And when I sleep at long last, of such splendor do I dream, of towers and of sprawling deserts, of immaculate seas and the most terrible evils, of incredible loves and a kinship that yearns to be felt, of saintly towns and cities in the sky, of enchanted forests and magical ruins, none of which, for even a brief moment in time, would ever knowingly coexist with something as tarnished as humanity. I dream of situations so redone, of trials past and altered, feelings explored like scenes on TV, and of candy that won't rot you. When I wake, I let the dog out and muster up some coffee, smoke a joint just for the beauty. All I am is stone and lust, and can't nobody change me. Cool. And then one more thing, if I can find it.
We'll find it.
That's true. Hopefully. Let's see. Damn. Man, oh man. Oh man. Well, I can't find it, so I'm just gonna close. One of my favorite things written in this book right here is this really stupid joke that I came up with a few years ago. What did the crow say to the sparrow?
What?
Tone it down, asshole. Cool. Hey, all right, chill. Rowan Fogg, everybody. Rowan.
Rowan. Yes,
Oh, you're
incredible.
there's Caleb. He's right
Hey, what's up? What's up, Sovereign Kava? How's it going?
How'd you do that?
Poetry magic.
Amazing.
Yeah.
All right,
that's
Caleb, say goodbye to the crowd.
All right, y'all doing a shot?
The light around and blind them all. Say bye to
All right.
Caleb, everybody.
Bye, everyone. I love y'all. It's good times. Cheers, Bula. Thank you, Sovereign.
All right, thank you.
There we go. Y'all give it up one more time for our friends at Sovereign Kava. That's Chris Madrano. You heard Trash Chameleon, Daniel Hart, and Rowan Farb. And the Lactones. Some of the Lactones. Fabulous shit. Very good. Thanks a lot, y'all. There we go. All right. Cool. We're rocking and rolling here. It's Poetry Open Mic Asheville. Thanks for keeping it locked here. We got some more performers coming at you right now, so don't go anywhere. Let's see. We got Zach up next. We lost Zach. Zach, if you're out there, jump back. Okay. We got Christopher T. George up next, I think. We lost Keaton and Zach. Sorry. Mark is next. Okay, sorry. All right. Sorry, we're a little confused here tonight, but hey, we're getting it rolling. These things, you know, it's some work and putting these on. And big shout out to our technical director, Morgan Beissert, making the gears turn tonight. It's been a challenging run, but it has been a really fun one. I'm having a great time with y'all. See if we can get Mark Ellis in here from Johnson City, Tennessee. It's always good to see Mark with us. Long-time Asheville open micer, fantastic poet. Y'all make a whole bunch of noise for the one and only Mark Ellis. Mark, what's up? Hey, it's good to see you.
Yeah,
How
great
are you doing?
to see you. Oh, doing great. You know, this is like I think the first time I went down there was April of 2014, like
Wow.
years ago. And
Yeah.
I had written like 3 poems, and I asked you if it would be okay if I read a Rilke poem. And you said, sure, I like Rilke. And so I read this one. Yeah, but
I remember
yeah,
that. Yeah.
and
That's cool.
but God, tonight, wow, the music and the Kava lectones and everything. I feel so intimidated.
Well, don't. It's all about sharing here. We welcome everyone. And you're a right fine poet yourself, Mark. So, you know,
Well,
don't be shy. Indeed. So, you bring some poems to read for us tonight?
Yeah, I got a couple right here I can read.
Excellent. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I'll turn it over to you for the poems. But Mark, it's so good to see you. Thanks for being here tonight.
Yeah, it's
everyone.
good to see you all.
Absolutely.
Looking forward to when it opens up again. I'll be down.
Yes, please do come over and see us. It's not too far away, right?
No, it's a great drive down there.
It's a beautiful drive, from Johnson City to here. Gosh, beautiful. Yeah. Well with it. All right. Well, everybody out there, give it up for Mark Ellis.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to read this one. I was supposed to go to Barcelona last April and live there, and of course it didn't work out. You know, it turned into like hell on earth there, and I have a boyfriend there, and I have a place to live there and everything. So I've just been waiting. And this first poem is about the apartment, because the pipe's broken, the apartment above, and somehow it electrified the conduit in the wall. It's not like in Johnson City where the wires just run everywhere through your walls. But anyway, and it's kind of in Aldo's voice. Aldo is from Argentina and has lived in Barcelona a long time. And so talking to him, you run the gamut of emotions, but I'll try to do it. The Saria flat, it is horrible, cariño, flooded from above. The pipes electrificado, how can I stay there? I am in La Roca with friends, but the room is still there for when you come back. When the flights return, the flat repaired, you will be happy. You will see when you come back. It is your life here in Barcelona with me. You say it in your dreams. A gaze that makes me lower my own, the laugh lost on his lips, the portrait unretouched of the one to whom I belong. I will wait for you at the airport, watch for you there. We will kiss, you will embrace me, you will see. Yes, and then go home, then out for later all night. The time I didn't trust him so far away, he said I live inside a wall. If I wait for the stones to fall, they will fall. One day you will be back, cariño, you will see. When you are back, I am there for you. Remember, it is our life, some pain, some beautiful, always. This next one I started writing about 4 years ago, and it's about a farm up north of here. on the border between Tennessee and Virginia. It's called the Smith County Farm. You walk down the ridge, trees canopy above, changing everything to green except the farmer as you tell him your story. He tells you about the spring under the rock where he used to get water, the limestone wall that runs all the way to Withville, the plants, ginseng, wild iris, fairy wands, logging trails, like the lane in your dreams running through the forest, the place where you see your mother, grass more green than the pond in your dreams, but yet not like it, a difference you cannot place. At the bottom is a hollow, a house, a yard, barns, a stream. He asks if seeing naked men bothers you, his friends, some you have met, some the lost boys blowing clouds. One night your wife said to your son, there are many different kinds of bravery. There's the bravery of thinking of others before oneself. Now your father has never brandished a sword nor fired a pistol, thank heavens, but he has made many sacrifices for his family and put away many dreams. Where did he put them? He put them in a drawer, and sometimes late at night, we take them out and admire them. But it gets harder and harder to close the drawer. He does, and that is why he is brave. Late, and they start to cook. You decide to head back through the woods. A day, a season, a time, all pass away. The kingdom of heaven suffers violence. A companion asks to go along, helping you up the hill, opening the drawer, taking out your dreams, closing the drawer on your sacrifices. Once in the clearing, the two of you stand, showered by hailstones. Okay, that was actually based on something that happened. I'm going to try to do this last one, and I've been cleaning up since I couldn't go to Spain. I've gone through all the stuff in my house, and this one is about a picture I found, and I'm going to try to let you all see it right there. It's a tiny little picture. I have all my mom's stuff. She died 10 years ago, and I didn't have the heart to go through it until now. And I found this in an album, belonged to her great aunt or something. Okay, so, and that picture kind of jumped out. They're on the 8th page of the album, black pages, people standing, looking ahead, looking straight at you. Then you see the two women embracing, one looking at some point to your right, the other woman staring straight at you. The embrace halts you. You see something intimate, like opening the wrong hotel door. One woman, a look of determination, stylish dress, her hair tied in a bow, pulled back, held up, her glasses giving her a blue stocking look. The other woman staring at you from a century ago. Soft face, hard eyes, without shame, not caring. She wears a shapeless suit. What does the embrace tell us? How do we interpret an embrace a century old? Blank pages taken apart, soft black pages. Rub them in your hand. The picture's hard things, sharp edges able to cut. I remember the names of some of the friends, the faces I remember, faces not names. They said there were friends back then, close friends, who slept together, visited from farm to farm, house to house, at times when extra hands were needed, like when tobacco was cut and tied into hands, or when the time came to kill hogs after the first frost. Silly girls, I barely remember now who they were. Yes, one was Martha's sister, the one who got in trouble, The other, I don't know, looks like one of the Baileys. All the other pictures are from later. You can tell. Funny hats, funny hairstyles, couples, the automobiles, time moving, face makeup, shorter skirts, short hair, Marcel waves, elaborate appearances, poses, beach pajamas, then nothing. The last page is empty. Black paper like felt in your fingers. Oh, I remember those too. Inseparable, always visiting. Visits, stays, weeks, sometimes a month in summer. Then they died. Well, I'll close it on that. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mark. That was great stuff.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, great poetry, and such a beautiful piece about that photo of your mother. There.
That one, the way it ended, I had it in Google Docs, and I had more written, and it Google Docs took the bottom of it off and moved it somewhere else. So I thank Google Docs for the way it ended.
Hey, that's funny. That's it.
Yeah.
Google Doc edited it for you.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That's what's next. No, that's really cool, and also, you know, of course I share the love of Spain with you as well. I love it. I love Madrid and all of I've been around all of like Andalusia, southern Spain and stuff. So next time I wanna get to Barcelona and some of those.
Yeah, if I'm over there, come and stay there. And
yes, yeah, I would love that. Yeah,
let's
do that. Cool.
Yeah, I have your Neruda and Garcia Lorca book translated.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, I love Spain. I've loved Spain since I went over there when I was 21 years old, and I've always loved it.
Yeah, there's just something about it.
Yeah.
It's an incredible place. A lot of history and such a great culture.
Yeah. Just wonderful people.
Yeah, I agree. Well, hopefully we can get back over there before too long.
Yeah,
I'm looking
waiting.
forward to it, but yeah,
Yeah.
still waiting.
I've had both my shots, so.
Oh, cool! I just got
ready.
my second one too, so
Good.
yeah. So
That's
I'm
good.
ready to get back to it. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Hopefully things continue to get better.
Yeah.
All right.
Hope so.
Indeed. Me too. Well, Mark, thank you so much for being here. I hope you can make it back again soon.
Oh yeah, I'll be back. Thanks for doing this, Caleb.
My
this is
pleasure.
a great thing to do for everybody.
My pleasure. It's everybody makes it. So thank you for being part of it, and thanks for sharing your work. And keep writing, Mark.
Okay. All right.
All right, y'all give it up one more time for Mark Ellis. Thanks, Mike. That's Mark Ellis all the way from Johnson City tonight. Thanks for riding with us. Yes, indeed. This is Poetry Open Mic Asheville, brought to you by Sovereign Kava, who we just checked in with a minute ago. It was really good to see our Sovereign friends in the house. It's been a while since we had Trash Chameleon, Rowan Favre, and Daniel Hart on the open mic, longtime open mic regulars in person. So it's really good to see them and hear their work again. So thanks so much, y'all. And good to see Max, too. This is Max Milner's music right now. This is our new theme music. And be sure and check out our Max and my gig coming up. I can't even think right now. But you know what I'm saying. The Lactones are playing May 1st at Sovereign Kava outside. It'll be a socially distanced event. We'll be kicking off music back at the bar with some outdoor distance events for y'all. So coming up soon. So check it out. And keep it locked here each and every Wednesday night for more Poetry Open Mic Asheville. Yes, indeed. We had some comments there from Mark. I want to make sure we blast the comments real quick. Y'all keep the comments coming. We love to hear from our viewers. And yes, indeed. Oh, yeah. Big shout out to our boy, E-Money. out there. Thanks for tuning in out in Seattle. Seattle. Very good. And sending you love out there. Much love. Thanks for tuning in. Keep it locked here. I think we got Christopher T. George coming up next, and we got Ashley and Jason and Justin and Emilio, and I think we lost a couple of folks, so there may be a couple spots left. If anyone else wants to join in tonight, follow that StreamYard link, and we'll get you on at the next available spot. Check it out. All right, everybody out there, our good friend Christopher T. George is joining us next live from Delaware tonight. Delaware in the house. Y'all make some noise for Christopher George. Give it up. Howdy, Christopher.
Hello, Caleb.
Hey, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right, and been enjoying the music and the great poetry. It's been a really good night.
It's been a heck of a night, really wild night. Glad you're enjoying it.
It's added a lot going to Sovereign Kava past few weeks.
Yeah. Well, like it's at some point we realized over the past year, since we've been doing this online version, which is actually the continuation of a actual open mic we've been doing in Asheville for the past 10 years. But we've gained so many new people now that people can join in from anywhere in the world that a lot of those folks have no idea what the Kava Bar is or what it looks like. So we try to give you a little feel for it and try to start integrating back into the Kava Bar and get ready to eventually, if things continue to improve, we'll do in-person open mics there again. And I'm hoping to continue the online thing as well, because it's been so good getting together with people like yourself, who I don't think I would have met otherwise.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. As I say, I've been to Asheville, but long before Sovereign Kava and you doing your open mic. No.
When's the last time you've been to Asheville?
I guess I was there in the 1980s.
Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. You wouldn't recognize the place. It's, I mean, it was this, before like 10 or 15 years ago, it was just this grungy, like, I mean, there was the Biltmore and stuff. There's always that, but like the downtown was very, very different,
Okay.
I think, we the locals here, we mourn a lot of the changes, where there's instead of an art gallery, now it's a Urban Outfitters or, a department store or something like that.
Well,
there's those kind of things that get lost with places getting more popular, but, there's also still a lot of good stuff going on here.
Yeah.
For sure.
Good. Yeah, I did go to the Biltmore Mansion while I was there. As I say, stayed at the Grove Park Inn.
Right. Yes, yes. So you experienced the fancy facade of Asheville. Yeah. But that's certainly, we're known for those places, and those places have a lot of history, and. I mean, speaking of the Grove Park, that F. Scott Fitzgerald stayed there, George Gershwin. Right. I mean, you name it. Presidents, all kinds of people. It's so I'm sure as a historian, it was fascinating to visit those places. Of course.
Well, I wanted to go there specifically because of Fitzgerald.
Of course, yeah. Very good, very good. Cool. Well, what did you bring for us tonight, Christopher?
Well, I just did a little bit of Googling and found out that Molly Rice is married to Irish poet Adrian Rice.
Yeah.
So I have one of his poems to read, and
oh, that's so cool. So you know Adrian's work.
Yeah.
And he's also a fantastic poet, right?
Yeah. I've become under the spell of his work, and I've also discovered a Trinidad poet. She's actually a white poet, which surprised me. I thought maybe she'd be black. S.M. Beckett, Sarah Beckett, and she wrote a nice response to the pandemic. So I'm going to lead off with that, and then I'm also going to end with a parody of T.S. Eliot's The Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock.
A parody of it. Oh yes, the famous T.S. Eliot poem. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. The poem. What they say that poem. A lot of people credit that with the start of modern poetry.
That's true. Yeah, that's right. Just before the First World War. I actually, I think it came out in 1917 during the First World War, and then the Wasteland after that, 1921.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Indeed. Yes. Well, fantastic. I'll look forward to hearing that. All
right.
But let's go ahead and turn it over to you. Everyone out there, give it up one more time for Christopher T. George. Thanks, Christopher.
Going to start with a couple of poems for Poetry Month. This is called 4 a.m. Allergies 1-1 by S.M. Beckett, Trinidad poet. And as I say, I was surprised to learn that she's a white poet as well as an artist. Tell me about solitude, yours, and I'll tell you mine. How it is during the long nights when the earth sleeps and the trees are silent shadows of themselves. How on those nights when I feel crushed and without hope, I get up from the floor where I've laid, head in arms, to stand by my window and look at the stars, watch the moon riding among clouds, remind myself how the earth burrs us day after day, never striving against the edges of itself, how it turns and turns again gently on its axis. I imagine the pale approach of dawn, light rising over the hills, how a little wind, soft as the sigh of God, might touch my skin, and the birds will sing for us all once more. Who of us has not endured those nights, besieged by loneliness, each of us in our own little kingdom, waiting for reprieve? And this is the poem by Adrian Rice, Breath. What is death but a letting go of breath? One of the last things he did was to blow up the children's balloons for the birthday party, joking and mock cursing as he struggled to tie all those fluttery teats. Then he flicked them into the air for the children to fight over. Some of them survived the party and were still there after the funeral in every room of the house, bobbing around mockingly in the least draught. She thought about murdering them with her sharpest knife, each loud pop an angry bullet from her heart. Instead, in the quietness that followed her children's sleep, she patiently gathered them all up, slowly undoing each raggedy nipple, and one by one she took his last breaths into her mouth. What is life but a drawing in of breath? And I'll read this poem of my own about the act of writing poetry. It's called Prize Them Out and begins with a epigraph from Jeanette Winterson. I don't give a shit what's in your head, by which I mean if it isn't on the page, it doesn't exist. Somehow you have to prize them out, those words that are so well hidden within you, hibernating for now like birds from some tropical clime. Although not mechanical, you are indeed a mechanic. But don't panic. Lift that screwdriver, that drill, and ease open your mind. It's easy. You didn't just dream them. There they are. They sit on the page like a saint's footprints on fresh laid snow. And I'm going to read a parody of T.S. Eliot's The Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock. This is called The Love Song of Lord Geoffrey Archer, well-known novelist and conservative politician who somewhat sullied his reputation by paying for sex with a prostitute and lying about it and getting in all sorts of financial scrapes. He's now out of politics but still writing books. And a couple of little explanations. Charles Guiteau is the guy who shot President James Garfield. And you'll recognize Buck House is Buckingham Palace, Liz and Phil, of course, Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip. The Love Song of Lord Geoffrey Archer. Let us go then, you and I, when my reputation is laid out in the tabloids, all my possessions, all my books, on Sotheby's block. Let us go through the Elizabethan streets filled with wine bars and shish kebab treats, boulevards that wend like a Labour politician's argument of lame intent, to lead you to that overwhelming question. Oh, do not ask, who was Lord Geoffrey Archer? It's time for our departure. In the Mews, the paparazzis come and go with the politeness of Charles Guiteau. The yellow journalist who sticks his nose in my windows, the yellow dog who slobbers as he accesses my billy doos, who sticks his nicotine fingers into the corners of my life, lingers over each indiscretion that colors me like a stain. Let's spill upon the mat the morning headlines. Lord Geoffrey's pinched again. The glare of strobes. Journalists ensconced on my doorstep. Microphones and lenses thrust into my face, all to record my latest mishap, to chronicle his lordship's peccadilloes. I wish I could climb Parliament's steps, slip by the terrace, make a sudden leap, and end it all in the Thames' muddy depths. Instead, I down another whiskey and fall asleep. And indeed, there will be time for the shadowy bounders who creep along my street, trailing their notebooks and cameras. Time for a lordly scribe and disgraced politico like me. And time for yet more Archer indiscretions. They'll get their scoops, take their fill, while I sip my tea at Buck House with Liz and Phil. In the Mews, the paparazzis come and go with the politeness of Charles Guiteau. And indeed, there will be time to wonder, does Archer dare? Indeed, I do still dare to ascend to the halls of power. You'll see me there. I may be temporarily down, but I'm still capable. For I have known the life of Cain and Abel. I've made a killing in the market, as at the polls, been ogled at Ascot and Wimbledon, ridden in my roles. I've known the joy and black despair of a prison cell. Memorandum, must change socks, they smell. And I have known the prying eyes, critics that praise, wordsmiths that fix you with a poisoned phrase, from Fleet Street to Park and Madison. And I have known the arms of lovers, arms milky white and dusky hued, limbs that reminded me of you. Shall we say we travelled like a wraith through the city streets and watched euros pass hands in exchange for welcoming thighs and generous teats? I say, while the paparazzi aren't looking, should I fly the coop like Lord Lucan? Indeed, it would have been worth it after all, after the champagne brunches, the weekends in Capri, Minister without portfolio, Maggie Thatcher and me. It would have been worthwhile to face the paparazzi with a smile, to tell them, I'm Jeffrey Archer, back from the dead, not in the least bit sorry for the life I've led. Yes, I risked it all and more. It was worth it after all. Although it's not my style, it would have been worthwhile if I could have turned toward the cameras and said, this is not me at all. The man you think I am is not me at all. No, I am no PM, nor was I meant to be. I am Liz's attendant lord, a court jester with hemorrhoids, fit to aid her progress, fodder for the tabloids, to advise Charles, the prince, no doubt. At least, if I can't answer all his needs, I'll contract out. I grow old. I grow old. Will I still achieve Nobel gold? Do I dare teach at Cambridge or Oxford or Eton even? We simply must give the young something to believe in. Thank you, Caleb.
Thank you, Christopher. Fascinating stuff there. Very good. Very good. And that's so cool. You dig Adrian's stuff too. It's a small poetry world.
Yeah.
You know, but I guess, you know, he's kind of a big figure in the poetry world, so.
Yeah, and I'm going to order Molly's book, I believe. It's I was impressed with her work.
Such a fantastic poet as well.
Yeah.
Incredible. Well, thank you for sharing tonight, Christopher. I love the stuff you bring, and thanks, and hope to see you again next week.
Okay, next time. See you then.
All right, sounds good. Give it up for Christopher T. George, live from Delaware tonight. All right, and you got it locked here to Poetry Open Mic Asheville. We're live from Asheville, North Carolina. It's good to be with you tonight. My name's Caleb Beissert, your host. As always, we're having a lot of fun here. We hope you are too. Y'all please keep the comments, likes, and shares coming. I think we had a few comments here for Christopher. Go, Christopher! Yes, indeed. Today is the last call for performers. If you're performing tonight, follow that StreamYard link there in the comments. Enter the broadcast studio. We got a couple spaces open. If anyone wants to take one real quick, go for it. All right. Let's see. We got some Hubers coming at you. Oh. Well, we got Jason Huber coming at you at least. I think we lost Ashley. Lost a couple of people. Hope to get you on next time. But we do have Jason Huber in the virtual house. It's so good to see Jason. Let's get Jason connected here. Y'all got to make a whole bunch of noise, though. Give it up. Give it up. What's up, Jason?
Not much. How are you?
Doing pretty well. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right. Ashley had to corral her children, so she bowed out for the evening.
Heard. Yeah. Yeah. Walmart. Well, that's all right. Yep. Got to put the kiddos first, and you know, but
priorities, I suppose.
Hopefully she can make it back next time. You know, her kid can write too. You know,
it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
I tell you, it was a pleasure to see the Kava Lactones performing this evening. It's been a while.
Thank you. It's been a while since we've played together, much less performed in front of anyone. So anyway, glad it came through, you know, and we will be more rehearsed for our show on May 1st. I hope you can make it.
I say that for every show. I will be more rehearsed for my show in June. Yeah, we've tried to jam a couple of times, but we've done it outside, 6 feet apart,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you can't really hear what's going on, or
I know it's
couldn't play it,
harder.
whatever.
It's more challenging when you're far away trying to play music. For me, at least. I don't know. But that's cool, man. So what did you bring tonight? I know you do poetry, stories, music, all kinds of stuff.
I have something a bit more lighthearted because I'm usually reading about death and demons and
Hey, that
despair.
happens.
All
Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah. The
things
good
I
stuff.
love and that are dear to my heart. Uh,
Right.
but I have a project that I work on when I'm tired of writing serious stuff.
Mhm.
And it's really just kind of a goofy thing, and I'd like to read some of that.
Heck
So,
yeah. I'm down for it. Cool. Well, let's turn it over to Jason here. Y'all make some noise one more time for Jason Huger there. Give it up. Woo!
thank you, everybody, for sticking around. This is the first chapter of a project that I'm working on. The chapter is called That Dragon Carol. Henry takes the knife out of his desk drawer for the third time in an hour. Come on, Henry, don't be stupid, he thinks to himself before putting it back. It's a lovely knife. He bought it at a craft fair from an old man with a gray ponytail and a long beard that was dyed black. The man told him it was made with a sort of ebony that doesn't exist anymore. Why did I bring it to work? It was odd amidst the loose papers. It's certainly more entertaining than inventory spreadsheets, but Excel keeps food on the table, so the knife would have to wait. He wasn't used to being alone in an office, but he wrote self-motivated and go-getter when applying for the promotion, so he'd better get some work done. He buries himself in his computer screen until lunchtime, when he hears a knock on his door. Hey there, big guy. Lane is a lovely woman. The shortness of her red hair is balanced by a long dress that catches the wind, as though she were in a Harlequin romance novel. Henry would read that novel, if given the chance. Hello, Henry replies. How's the shipping office treating you? It's quaint, homely even. And the work? It's not so bad. We miss you across the street. True or not, it makes Henry feel like he's sitting in a warm bath. I miss you too. Dreadfully, he thinks. Lane takes a moment before continuing on. I'm grabbing lunch. Want to come with? With every fiber of my body, he thinks. I brought something with me, he says. Suit yourself, she says as she steps back into the hallway. Later. Once the door is completely closed, he slumps forward, letting his forehead hit the desk. He didn't bring a lunch. What's wrong with you, Henry? He wasn't entirely lying, though. He brought something with him, something with a Gaben ebony handle, the sort that doesn't exist anymore, a knife that, by all means, shouldn't exist in his desk drawer. It is lunchtime, he thinks as he pulls out the knife. He stands and gives it a couple of swings, flips it around in his hand, and promptly drops it. It scatters across the floor as though under its own propulsion and finds a new home under a shelf of boxes. The bottom lip of the shelf is barely 2 inches off the ground, plenty of clearance for the knife, not so much for Henry's desperately searching arms. He spends the rest of his lunch with his head to the ground and an arm stretched out as far as it will stretch. At one point the blade catches his finger, and he pauses long enough to give the first aid kit in his office its inaugural run. The elation of locating the knife's exact position supersedes the pain of it biting him, and he gets back on the floor after a slapdash bandage. Just a little bit further, Henry. There it is. Are you okay? He had forgotten to pay attention to his surroundings. I'm fine. Sorry, I dropped my pen, he says as he pulls his arm from under the shelf. He'd finally gotten a hold of the handle, and he pulls it close to him so as not to show Lane. I'd hardly call that a pen. My knife. I dropped my knife. He holds it in his hands, palms up, like a kid showing a small animal to his mother. That's beautiful. Lane closes the office door behind her and squats down next to him. The smell of chocolate follows her in and covers the two of them. It is, isn't it? He holds it between them. What's it for? Cutting things, I suppose. Seems awful fancy for cutting things. It's good at it, Henry responded, holding his finger up. This could be a ceremonial knife, Lane says as she grabs the handle. She stands to her feet and holds it in the air. We could sacrifice virgins. You're not a virgin, are you, Henry? He doesn't respond immediately and continues not responding until the moment goes on for just a little bit too long. I'm sorry, she says. I don't think I'd make a good sacrifice. Can I have my knife back? What do you give me for it? Lane tucks the knife behind her back and waits for an answer. Well, it's my knife, Henry responds. She leans in close to him, bringing the tip of her nose an inch away from his. Stay cool, Henry. Fine, she says as she steps back and holds it in front of her. She flips it around so Henry can grab the handle. I have to clock back in anyway. Lunchtime is over. Well, thanks for visiting. Thanks for showing me your knife. Bye, Henry. He waits for her to close the door and sits back down at his desk. This is why you're still a virgin. A deep voice rings out in his head. The gray matter resonates inside of his skull with the sound. What? Henry says, just a little bit too loud. The door clicks back open and Lane pokes her head in. Did you say something? No, I'm fine, Henry says as she closes the door again. Henry waits for her footsteps to trail down the hallway and then hears the voice inside of his head once again. What is wrong with you? You're hopeless, it continues. After a beat, the voice says with resignation, I guess I'm here to help you end it all. You're awfully cavalier about suicide for a disembodied voice. This is it. You finally snapped, Henry thinks. Disembodied voice! The reverberation is strong enough that Henry holds his head like it might explode. You're holding my body, jackass! He looks down at the knife in his hands and tosses it to the ground again. You and your sanity had a good run, Henry. Son of a bitch, the voice says inside of his head. The lights get brighter, and the dull whir of his computer fan picks up into an overwhelming roar. Migraine. Find the triptan. He stumbles to his desk, collapses in his computer chair, and opens one of the drawers. He swallows the pill dry while reading the same warning label that he's read 1,000 times on the side of the bottle. Get it together, Henry. You all right there, big guy? Leave it alone. Get out of my head, Henry responds. It's time for your destiny, or some shit. What's happening? Henry holds his head, keeping the material and bits of sanity inside. Pick me up! The sound isn't muted in the slightest. He lets out a low yell, only partially aware of the other offices on his floor. Luckily, there's a closed door and little willingness to socialize from his suite mates. You're not going to lose it right now. Get back to work. Come on. He picks up the knife and tosses it back in his desk drawer. God damn it, the voice says as he kicks it shut. He tries to focus on anything else. The computer screen is too bright, the fan is too loud, he's too distracted to accomplish anything for the next hour or so, so he finally convinces himself to knock off early. It's Friday anyways. His routine is simple enough after work. It involves a beer, a sandwich, and a few hours of video games. His cat generally makes herself a part of the equation after Henry settles into his groove. Today the cat is left mewing and desperately trying to get his attention. Her protest goes unnoticed. Instead, he's focused on the knife. What do you mean, destiny? Well, generally when someone gets a hold of me, it means they have a destiny. You're supposed to go on a grand adventure. I'm rather happy here. Hey, rather happy here. I'm your goddamn destiny. I'm slaying dragons and rescuing princesses. I'm getting the girl at the end and not dying miserable and lonely. I'm not miserable, he says to the voice inside his head, his cat, and an otherwise empty apartment. It's a small townhouse-style duplex. The first floor is barren except for a pull-out couch. This might lead someone to believe he lives a Spartan existence. That is, until you go upstairs, where Henry has his gaming rig plugged into the largest TV that could make it up there. He has nostalgic posters of 8-bit glory, a thumbs up from Mario, a wink from Sama's son's helmets, a shelf filled with Funko Pop. He's happy there. And in case you haven't noticed, the world is short a few dragons, and I've had a hard time finding princesses to rescue, he continues. Suit yourself. Henry waits for the voice to continue. After a few moments, he says, Are you done? No response. Am I loony for talking to a knife in my living room? He sheathes the knife. Why, yes, Henry, you are, he says. He leans back on the futon and lets a sigh, like a pressure valve releasing. He lets his head lean back and stares at the ceiling. The silence is broken by the complaints of his small, furry friend. All right, Nissa, let's get some food. With his sanity restored, he makes his way into the kitchen. 2 beers, a sandwich, and 4 hours of Civ 5 later, and Henry is ready to get some sleep. He's nodding off as Gandhi declares war against him. Nissa is sleeping peacefully next to him on the love seat. Princess Zelda is staring down at him from the wall. A shockwave rocks through the townhouse, and Henry snaps to attention. Gandhi has destroyed his civilization, but he has more pressing concerns. Another explosion, followed by another and another. He runs over to the window in time to see a massive shape flit past the apartment building, with far more grace and agility than a shape that size has any business having. It's dark outside. His smartwatch says 4:30. The shape arcs and makes another pass on the parking lot. A car goes up in a flash, illuminating the tree-sized flying beast. You're dreaming, Henry. He smacks himself on the cheek. You must be. He shuts his eyes as tight as possible and opens them wide. Wake up! His eyelids are opening and closing to no avail. I think it's here for you, big fella. A voice chimes in his head. The knife is sitting on his coffee table now, next to an empty box of Cheez-Its. What are you doing up here? The ambiance is better up here. What the hell do you think? Am I supposed to do something? Take charge. Do the thing. Destiny and shit. Make it happen. The voice inside of his head is loud enough to fill the room. Do something quick, it continues. After another concussive blast, Henry jumps back, loses his footing, and sprawls on the love seat. Well, that's a start. Henry closes his eyes, testing, but his new reality holds. What's worse, his new reality involves a tree outside his window spontaneously bursting into flames as the creature takes another pass. He lets out a squeal and runs from his room. He's downstairs, in the bathtub. It'll go away. Henry's rocking forward and back. His tailbone is rubbing on the porcelain. Nissa! He spots her through the door with the knife in her mouth. Put that down! It's too late. She's become complicit in whatever grand adventure might be aiding and abetting, this grand adventure might be, words, they're tough, aiding and abetting his new sharp friend. Dignified, the voice says. Not happening, he says to the room. None of this is happening, he hears shouting outside. Not happening! His voice is louder now. I'm going to be buried in the rubble of this shitty apartment if you don't get off your ass. The voice is painful. Henry grabs his ears and continues rocking. Nissa, still clutching the knife in her jaws, runs in, jumps 2 paws up on the side of the tub. Henry turns to meet her gaze as she drops the blade next to him. Henry lets out a cry and shuffles away from the impact. We had a good run, Henry. Oh. Sorry, that's the knife. We had a good run, Henry. Remember that time you let 2 of us get trapped forever because you're a good-for-nothing coward? Good times. The front door caves in with another impact. Fire makes his way into Henry's living room, making it considerably harder to ignore from the relative safety of the bathtub. The fire is quickly followed by the sound of landing and slow footsteps getting louder and closer. You're going to die, Henry. Also, I can't stress this enough. You're an asshole. After a short beat, do something! Henry stops his rocking and opens his eyes. Observing his new living room decor, he scrambles to stand up. Happening! This is happening, he says. No shit. Pick me up. He grabs the knife, hops out of the tub, and runs to the hole where the front door used to be. There stands a dragon, purple scales, green belly, patiently waiting for an opponent. What now? Henry asks. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I never made it this far. Weren't you the one talking about destiny and grand adventure? I didn't think we'd be fighting an actual goddamn dragon. The dragon leans its large, rather menacing head down to observe Henry. There's an intake of air from its snout that nearly pulls him off his feet. The head alone stands nearly as tall as him, and he's not a short man. Generally, he's proud to say, above average height. In a deep register that can only come from a belly full of fire, "It took you long enough," the dragon says. "What?" Henry responds, and the voice quickly echoes the same question in his mind. "What?" "I said it took you long enough. I'm Carol, and you are?" The dragon pulls its head back, and Henry sees the sheer size of the beast for the first time. "Are you going to answer me?" He's still stunned. This is highly unprofessional. "I'm sorry?" "That's an odd name for a full-grown human man." "Henry, I'm Henry. And you are?" The dragon Carol looks sharply at the knife in Henry's hand. "Solomon, ma'am." "First time, Solomon?" "Not my first time, necessarily. I've been part of some minor heroics, a couple of princes under my belt. It's hard to explain, but I've—" "Hush, Solomon." Carol lets out a quick breath from her snout. A bit of flame comes along for the ride. "I suppose you brought the requisite paperwork?" "Paperwork?" Solomon and Henry say in unison. That's it. That's the first chapter. Thank you for coming along on that ride with me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and we appreciate you. Thank you, Jason. Fantastic stuff, man. I really love your descriptions. I think it can be a challenging thing, and you do it really well. You know,
that is something I feel like I struggle with. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's working for me. You know, I like that. Just like the certain words you'll use. You know, like the knife scatters across the floor, or whatever. You know, like it presents a really vivid image for me. So it's working.
Nice. Awesome.
Yeah,
I wanted to play around with there's a trope in fantasy books, right? The magic weapon that can speak to you telepathically. And
yeah.
It's usually the hero finds the magic weapon, does the heroic thing. And I'm thinking, what if some random asshole finds a magic weapon, right? And has to go on with his existence with this new thing in his life. And so it's just been...
I love it.
The
knife's talking to him the whole time. Yeah, it's really good, man. Really good. Well, thank you for sharing, Jason. It's so good to see you. Hope you can make it back next time.
Absolutely.
And, yeah, good stuff.
Thanks for having me.
Always, it's a pleasure. We'll
love
see
you.
Jason. Much love. Y'all give it up one more time for Jason Huber. Yeah, you know it. That's what's up. Cool. Yes, indeed. It's Poetry Open Mic Asheville, y'all.
When did you forget that you were a flower? When did you look at your skin and decide you were an impotent...
And we got Emilio Maldonado coming up next.
The ghost of a locomotive.
We'll be back. We got some comments here for Jason.
Powerful, mad American locomotive.
We got Emilio coming at you here in just a second. Y'all stay tuned.
You are a locomotive, forget me not. So I grabbed up the skeleton thick sunflower and stuck it at my side like a scepter and delivered my sermon to my soul and Jack's soul too and anyone who will listen. We're not our skin of grime. We're not our dread, bleak, dusty, imageless locomotive. We're all beautiful golden sunflowers inside. We're blessed by our
Yes,
own
indeed.
seed.
All right.
And
Do we have Emilio
golden
connected?
accomplishment body.
See if we can connect Emilio here. Emilio Maldonado.
Normal sunflowers in the sunset. Bide on by our eyes. Under the shadow of the mad
Very good.
riverbank sunset.
Well, it's been a fantastic night, y'all. I do want to thank again our featured poet tonight, Jacinta White. And you can buy that book at jacintawhite.com. Check it out. Resurrecting the Bones. Very good stuff. Born from a journey through African American churches and cemeteries in the rural South. This is from Press 53. And I highly recommend y'all pick it up. Follow that link and check it out. Thank you, Jacinta. What a fabulous evening. Thank you to all our performers tonight. We've had some really fantastic people on the mic. Everyone's been amazing. We had some comments here for Jason. I want to make sure we blast the comments because we love to hear from you. So leave us a comment. Let us know how you doing. What's up? What's going on? You digging it? I know. That was a good question. I think I will read some poems to close out the night. Unless we had anyone else. I think we had last call for performers. We got possibly Amelia. And a space or two left. But I guess we're gonna go ahead and close it out. These are comments for Jason here. And yeah. And then there's the link in the comments for the book. Anyway, do we have Amelia? All right, well, I have some poems to read then, to close things out. But I do want to thank our technical director tonight, Morgan Beissert. He's been really on top of things. It's been a wild evening. Just one of those evenings. And, but great. Good times for sure. All right, let's see what we got here. But y'all keep in mind we do this every Wednesday night here. And big shout out to our friends down at the Kava bar joining us tonight, supporting us for 10 plus years. It's really good to see everyone. Good to jam with y'all. All right. This one's called Plato's Green Chair. The chair isn't comfortable. I can't imagine a time it might have looked new or sleek. Its form is its function, as a lowercase h gives rest between harsh consonants. The way it works with those letters to birth one sound. A good chair produces one body. It makes sense. The way the hands rest into arms. Its sounds seem to come from body. Once, it was the body of a tree. Once, someone rode in it after a day morning never ended. Nothing about any of it was perfect. But the chair came closest, chasing Plato after the person and poem have gone. April. Oh, it's April, and it's National Poetry Month. Wanted to wish everyone a happy Poetry Month. But, so, there, I've done it. Happy Poetry Month. Thank you. April. This month, I am getting used to myself. A drunk shines a flashlight in my ear. I could die here, on this lonely park bench, and leave like the pigeons rise, black against the sun, pulse of their wings on the air. The men with wool coats, the same color as their beards, might look up for a glance, and then return to games of chess. All right, and if anyone else is performing tonight, go ahead and follow that StreamYard link right now, and we'll get you on if you get in here right now. And, okay, it looks like we have Amelia. Well, I'll do this one. This is called Land Harbor. White crane, gilded, bows head as in prayer. catches a minnow. The short one. Try to write that story in as few words as possible. Sometimes that's what poems are. Sometimes they're not. I'll read one of those next. But first, let's get Emilio Maldonado in here. We got him connected live from Chicago tonight. It's always good to see Emilio in the virtual house. Let's get him dialed in. Y'all, yes, very good. Thank you for the comments, y'all, too. Please keep them coming. We really appreciate it. Here's Emilio Maldonado. We got, Emilio is live from, Chicago, Illinois, tonight. Make a whole bunch of noise for the one and only Emilio Maldonado. What's up, E?
Cool. What's up?
How you doing?
I'm good, man. Does it sound okay?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
Good. Okay.
Sounds good to me. What's up? What's going on in Chi-Town?
I'm doing this without the headphones, so
Oh, cool. We got echo cancellation now.
there shouldn't be any because I'm not on the other page, so I'm just here.
Oh yeah. No, we got you. You're coming through loud and clear, man.
All right,
Sounds
cool.
good. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so what's going on in Chicago is same old new shit.
The same old new shit.
Yeah, because we just had in less than 2 weeks we had a young brown brother of 22 get shot and killed by the police.
Oh man.
Most recently, last week, Monday night, the cops killed a 13-year-old boy, little young blood, and they didn't notify. They shot and killed this boy on Monday night, and they didn't notify the family until 2 nights later.
Unbelievable.
So like this mom thought her son was still alive, maybe.
Oh my God.
You understand what I'm trying to get at? You know, it's like she put out a missing.
They're probably calling the police looking for him, and the damn police killed him.
She put out a missing persons report, and they didn't let her know. And the first of the typical bullshit that was going on in Chicago was that the initial reports were, oh well, she actually said he came back home. So then we closed it, and then she called and said, no, he's still missing. Let's reopen it. And then some of the other narrative was like, well, what was he doing out at 2:30 in the morning anyway?
What? So that doesn't mean you shoot him.
I'm just telling you, you know.
Sorry.
It's like, yeah. You know, there was some of that, but then like everybody else was like, hold up, fuck you. Like, what do you like? Stop telling me that he was some special ed kid. Stop telling me all this like, you know, repair bullshit. You know, like, oh well, you know, he shouldn't have been out anyway, or he was, you know, some of his teachers. Which teachers?
Yeah.
Some of his teachers said that, you know, he was a sweet kid, but then he was running bad, and they could tell that, you know, that he wasn't. And I'm like, whoa, you know, this like whole fucking backstory emerged about a 13-year-old child.
Yeah, I don't get that stuff. I mean, why are you trying to justify it in the first place? I mean, a 13-year-old kid was killed.
Yeah,
I mean, much less anyone being killed, but this kid, you know, and I mean, it's like people say that about everything. They say that George Floyd always on drugs, you know. It's like he didn't deserve to get killed for that. Like,
shit,
why is it like that's the first thing we go to? You know, it's like, well, you did something, you get shot.
He was still a
like,
criminal. He made the first bad choice.
It's like my man in Texas or whatever. He had like 2 ounces of weed, and they killed him in custody. You heard about that? There's too much shit to keep up with on a.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's one thing that's going on in the city, you know, and then it's spring, man, and then it's crazy how this city was so. I mean, in the winter, the city gets dormant, man. You know, we're all moving from, you know, this cave to that cave, and not only is it because of the cold, but it's just also it's like it gets so dark so fucking fast. Like,
Right.
when I
That's
think,
just wintertime there too, you know.
yeah, you know, just because we're north, you know. So
Yeah.
like, it's just like fuck it, man. You know, I'm gonna go from. I'm not gonna. You know, you don't linger outside because it's nighttime. So all we're doing is moving into these like caverns of warmth and artificial light and shit. You know.
Mm-hmm.
And oh man, I lost my point. But
well, the spring is here now.
Oh,
People
so
are coming back out. Things are ramping back up. You're
Man,
like ready for it because you've been cooped up all winter, like you are anyway. But then COVID
So yeah,
made
this
it even
energy,
more cooped up. So
right. The energy in the
right.
city is so wild because it really it looked even more dead. It was like ghost town feeling. Like I know that there's millions of people. You know, all the
Right.
lights are lit and all the gas is running.
Which
You
is
just don't see as many people out. And then it was like it just got, you know, a little bit warmer. Like we've been in like a proper spring actually. Like
that's good.
we've had some nice warm days, but yesterday and today were like nearly 80 degrees, 80 degrees. You know,
Woo. Yeah,
it
same
was
here.
so. But I mean, in Chicago in April,
That's hot in
you know,
April in Chicago.
shit.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it snows in April still. Okay.
yeah, totally.
I remember playing baseball and it started fucking snowing. I'm like, what the fuck? You know, actually, it wasn't baseball in Chicago. We played softball. That's a whole
Oh
other
yeah.
thing. Well, but it's this thing we call lob league. I mean, what is it? Well, it's Chicago softball. So instead of a
All
fast
right.
pitch, you just lob it in.
Okay.
It's so it's like it's literally like you just sit there and you like the ball is coming at you about the speed of like, you know, a coach throwing it to like, you know, pee-wee ball players, but the ball
Yeah.
it's a 16-inch softball.
When the wind doesn't just blow it away.
No, because it's still.
I'm making a Chicago joke. It's terrible.
I was like, wait, no, man, it's a big ball. It's wait, I didn't say wiffle ball, bro. I said, you know. But yeah, man.
That's cool. So y'all just get together and play that like in the street or something, or
Yeah,
you got a park there.
Yeah, you need parks to play.
Yeah.
16-inch, but that's the Chicago. What people play. It's a ubiquitous Chicago thing. Like
yeah, hell yeah.
You know, like in the summertime, there's baseball fields everywhere, north side, south side, west side, that are filled with grown men playing 16-inch softball games. You know, league. You know, several nights out of the summer. You know, there's like various leagues. This is like grown man. Like. You know how like a lot of things like with social media and all that, you know, it's like, oh, you know, meetups and, you know, like, you know, so like, you know, millennials and stuff are like getting to like start kickball leagues and, you know, like, you know, soccer, you know, like soccer.
Right. Yeah. I've
But
seen that going on.
prior to that, you know, it was just like you get invited in by guys that you work with or whatever, and then you get into essentially in summer it's like it's either you're playing pickup basketball everywhere.
Oh yeah. You see that everywhere, yeah.
Or somebody tells you about some league, you know, either at work or you sign up through the park near your house and you're playing 16-inch softball like, you know, once or twice a week with it's like the Chicago game. And like nobody else plays it. Everybody else plays this like you know, a little bit larger hard softball, and it's like pitched like, you know, the ladies doing college, you know, softball and shit.
Underhand pitch.
Yeah. I mean, well, underhand but really fast, like 16-inch. Like no. You have to lob it in.
Joke, man.
No, but it's a 16-inch. Like you're lobbing it in, but when you're pitching it, you still throw a spin on it and shit. So
okay.
So it's like it's not going to have a curve.
It's got a whole technique to it.
It is, man. You see you'll see some guys that are like, so I'm almost 50. You'll see some guys that are like almost 60, or like look as old as me, right? And they'll be up there and they'll like shimmy, and they'll throw the pitch and they'll like fucking do like a little hop to the side because they threw so much like torque into it. But since they got to do it underhand, it just looks like it looks like this silly like white man got the ghost dance. So it's like
I think I just got to come see one of these games sometime.
bro. Well, it's yeah, and I mean they get from very competitive to like a bunch of guys, literally like playing with a can of beer while they're out in the field. Like, hold on,
like,
they'll
not even keeping score. Wait, what was the score?
Pick it back up. Yeah, it's just it's everything.
That's
yeah,
awesome.
man. I heard you talking earlier about you already got your second dose, and your other performer was talking about getting it soon.
We're getting there. Yep.
And just about getting together and doing stuff, and then there was a theme a couple of times when you guys were talking. I know with Phil, you guys were talking like he was, what was it, like you might now be so unused to being connected with people to be like, don't touch me,
Yeah.
And that conversation y'all had, and then
I know. I thought that was a good point. It was just go back into it gentle, because you don't know what everyone's been through a different experience over this past year, and it might, you don't just want to like, let's everybody hug, let's get a group hug, like let's ease back into it,
I'm just
it was always good to ask if you're going in for a hug, it's good. Yeah.
It was just a thing to listen to, and just thinking about all of that with things opening up and whatnot. So I've been really, because I've been able to stay in a semi kind of overlapping safe pods or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm able to like stay in contact with my sister, with my parents.
Yeah.
And then the city hasn't been, it's been on different lockdowns, but the stay at home, like, don't be out, try to avoid being out. Like it was, for the first maybe like 2 months, whereas like, just if you don't have to be outside, stay home, like everybody was like, that whole beginning period, and like it was deserted streets in the city, and it was the closest Chicago ever felt to being post-apocalyptic. It was like man, is there going to be some like werewolf zombie shits running down the street?
Wouldn't surprise me.
It was because it got really shut down and closed quickly, and it was still more like chilly Chicago spring. So it wasn't, we didn't have the gray days, as much as some springs where it's like, what the fuck, man, when's the sun coming back? But it was still cool, like 40s, 50s, some 30s still, so it wasn't like, oh man, let's get outside and sit at the beach yet, like right now, like people down at the lake just like, fuck, they're not going in the water, but it's like, hell yeah, cool lake breeze, man. And it was just,
going in that water.
Yeah, but it was a different spring, so
yeah.
Just things were so like I said, like fuck, man, this is like how it would look like, if like, if the virus did hit, there'd be so few people out. So seeing now when it's warm and seeing like, because this is the first time, even though last summer there was people moving around, but something about, we missed last spring in terms of like people being out and like being around that kind of energy of human beings.
Right. Yeah.
So it's been a year or 2 years, I guess, right? Since a year. No, yeah, 2 years since I was around a Chicago spring, regardless of the temperature. So it
Right.
was wild seeing so many people out. And I was like, I went over to my dad's house, my parents' house, and I looked up at the tree in front of the yard, and all the branches have like they have a maple tree. So all the branches have about like sort of that size, like group of buds of like, future leaves and all that shit, right?
Yep.
I already got the helicopters. You know what I'm talking about? The little
Yeah. Little
I already
helicopters.
got
Yeah.
the helicopters starting to grow
Mhm.
next to them. I'm like, ain't that a bitch? Like they started making them seeds early.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know that. I thought the seeds like later on in the growing of the tree, there's like the little helicopters are also getting formed as the leaves are forming. I was like, shit, I didn't know that a tree did that. This tree's been in front of my parents' house since 1983. Today was the
Yeah.
first time I was like, let me look at that shit. Whoa.
Yeah.
I
Sometimes
mean,
you just gotta really look.
all of this,
Pay
no,
attention to
right.
something. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but
You
I guess
might
what I'm
find
trying to
something
say
new.
is like all of this, like rebirth, renew, just the quality, like the angle of the sun, whether it's like 45 or like 75, you're coming back and closer to the sun.
Mhm.
And that just like fucking, it's like you're like fucking Kal-El getting re-energized by fucking El Sol, man. And it's just like
Oh yeah.
all of us here, bro.
I know. I'm feeling it here too. Spring's here too, and I'm feeling the spirit of renewal and everything, and it feels good. I feel hopeful.
Yeah, man. It gets me talking for like 7 minutes about a fucking,
Yeah. It's
sun.
buds on the tree, man.
Shit. No, bro. Well, you don't understand. I was there, man.
Dude, I totally get it. You know me, man. I'm
I
out
know,
in
I know.
nature all the time looking at trees, man. It's
Shit.
like
I was
one of my
thinking
favorite things to do is look at trees.
I was thinking about you. Yeah, man. I was like, man, this motherfucker is like, I mean, you're like surrounded. You're so surrounded by it, even in like in an urban environment compared to like what we have, But then like when you just drive a little bit out of town, and you're just like, oh yeah, here's
wilderness. Yeah.
It's right wilderness. That's the best way to put
Straight
it.
up.
Wilderness.
Yeah.
Shazam.
15 minutes that way, and
Yeah,
you're
man.
good to the wilderness.
Like
Yeah.
she,
It's nice.
and you are like surround. How I'm not surprised because normally you get that many white folks together, and it makes people nervous. But something about being surrounded by all that mountain and rivers majesty and the elves and the fucking leaves and the blue mist and that crazy fucking blue mist. I mean, shit, man. All them trees talking to each other. You got fucking, what is that from Lord of the Rings? You got that Elkhorn Forest, black,
Yeah.
and the trees talk to each other. Like, hell yeah, they talk to each other.
Yeah, they do.
Like, look at these fucking vile ass people. Don't know how to live with us. Damn.
Right. Leaving trash on the trails and shit. What the hell?
Shit.
You know?
Shit.
Yeah, I feel you,
I'd
man.
rather let that fucking grizzly take a shit over here again than, watch you fucking vomit at my fucking feet.
Uh-huh.
Damn.
That's right. You know what they're saying. Oh, man.
Trees at the barber. Ooh. That's something for
Smooth.
That's something for the fringe.
Big shout out to Smooth.
No, I said, did you know? That's something to that's that's my suggestion to do, to work on for either if you do something in the fall or for the next year's fringe, do trees at the barbershop.
Trees at the barbershop.
You know, so just have these like these blue
Oh yeah.
blue mountain, you know, trees.
Chilling,
Like,
talking at the barbershop.
that's what I'm saying. Like, shit, man.
Hey man, what'd you see today? Yeah.
Bro,
I dig it.
these I can't even.
Fucking A, man, people, right?
Shit. And they was, you know what they got, I mean, like, they had nice technique and everything, but these some scandalous ass motherfucking, you know, they were just like, I could see their people just over the hedge over there, man. You know the hedge. You know that motherfucker that don't talk to nobody. He always like act like he don't see you. The hedge. Yeah, over
The
my
hedge.
head. That, you know what I'm talking about. The rude hedge.
The rude hedge, man.
Let me finish the story, right?
I'm just getting. I'm gonna get my understory trimmed up, man.
So,
you know,
so you know, so
smooth.
just over the hedge, and you know that's what their peoples is over there. They got pinchos and steaks, and they're gonna they're gonna make some Hibaro sandwiches, man, bro. What the fuck? You know, they got Budweiser. They got Budweiser. And then these scandalous ass, like right just below me, like right here, right there. Just, and I tell you, bro. Yeah. Just line me up. I'm just saying that might be fun to play around with.
I think we should do it, man. Get the trees lined up, and you know,
trees at the
get some
barbershop.
talk going, get some real talk.
That's what I'm just saying.
I feel that, man. Yeah, because we should listen to the trees more.
Woo!
Yeah.
Well, that's Rufus.
Yeah, but anyway, shit, man. What, you bring some poems tonight or something?
Yeah, man. Maybe. Big shout out to Jacinta. Holy shit,
right?
Man. Holy shit, bro.
So cool.
When I come down there, we need to go yell at each other from a safe distance.
Oh, yeah, totally.
You and me drive over to, what was it, Wilmington or whatever?
Winston-Salem, yeah, it's not far. And she's got this workshop coming up, too. for healthcare people.
Ooh, I like that little bloop. Is that
cool.
is that you or your brother?
What?
Who dropped that was Morgan then. I just
yeah, we'll have to say what's up, definitely. But yeah,
bro, I mean, there's a lot of people.
Jacinta's amazing.
Like I want to.
It's been a good night.
I want to. You know, if Ted Pope is still up in the mountains over there, like I want to have uncomfortable silences and uncomfortable laughs with him, because I miss that dude, and I don't even know him, but man, we know each other.
I know.
Do you remember me saying that to you? And I said it to him too. I was like, bro, you're literally the fucking brother. You're the East Coast version of me, and I know I'm the Midwest version of you. You know, or like, I'm the white folk version. You're the.
He's the Appalachian mountain man.
It's like, it was very much like, you know, the Marx Brothers, like, routine with the fake mirror. It's just like Harpo and you know, Jeppo or whatever got the wig on. But anyway, it's like, whew. Yeah, but I mean, all them peoples, like, you know, whether they're like in the region or not. I mean, shit, man. The people who played. Okay, so I thought you were like way out in the fucking sticks. Not that you were like around the corner from the fucking Kava. When you was like showed up, I'm like, wait, like I haven't had anything to smoke or drink yet. How's this? What did one of them taped? What the fuck? Because I thought
that's how Asheville is, man. I do live in the forest, right near downtown.
Shit. I mean, I'm not kidding. I thought you were in like this is how city I am. I thought you were like out in the fucking, like, you know, and I came to some fork, in the woods.
Yep.
I was just,
That's
I
how
thought
we
you were
all live.
Emerson.
That's how we all live here, Amelia. We're just out. We got little log cabins on the mountaintop, chopping our own wood,
with that
herding some goats,
that
man.
fucking fire heater there in the back there. I was just like, damn, I guess that's how it is. Not like you're living in some fucking like duplex, near a shopping center. Like I thought, that was like, there, once a couple of weeks, motherfucking Caleb's got to go out there like, get his fucking firewood and
Chop
shit.
some wood every now and then, but like I have like central heat too. This is more.
And that's so
decorative,
not
really.
what I thought you were. I mean, like you said. So, yeah, when you showed up at the Kava, I'm like, wait, what the fuck? But
I had to hustle a little bit.
Yeah. Oh man, I want a big shout out to the poet that you guys were talking about, Spain. That his lover is over there and he couldn't go and all.
Oh yeah, Mark, man, fantastic! I love that dude.
Loved it. That dude. If he drinks, I want to have a drink a lot of fun with that motherfucker.
Oh yeah,
that would be fun.
I feel you.
He seems like such a good dude, Yeah. But also that first guitar player who did that one funny song and then was just like kind of jamming. And then
Daniel, yeah.
And then who's the poet right after?
Trash? Was that Trash Chameleon? Yeah. And then Rowan, yeah. So many good people tonight.
Man. It was good as hell. And then I couldn't hear that performer after, but then when what did somebody call you guys the slack tones? But when you and Max played,
yeah, we're the slack turns when it's not all of us. We're sometimes we're the slack turns anyway. So
I was just,
what the hell am I saying? We're always the slack turns.
Yeah, I was sitting in the storefront just woo.
Hell yeah, man. I love it. You're like in the store watching this on your phone.
No,
like,
man, I'm in the storefront. Like I'm in a storefront church on Roosevelt Road.
Okay.
Just going like, ooh, Jesus.
Ooh,
like,
buddy.
Choir. I mean, I was like, we're very far north, but Chicago has so much memory brought over from the South that there's so many things about how we talk and what we do and what we like. I mean, shit, what was Chicago famous for? Blues and jazz.
Yeah.
We literally were the next place that jazz became jazz after New Orleans.
Right, yeah.
They didn't go to New York yet. It was here that, Louis Armstrong got discovered. He left New Orleans to go to work and get on the road and all that.
That's
it was
right,
Chicago though that, I watched that Ken Burns documentary. They said that Louis Armstrong was, because he was so good, he was so popular, right? And he brought a lot of that kind of like New Orleans kind of not patois, but just like the New Orleans slang, and that he like influenced Chicago banter on the South Side for a little while. So like, motherfuckers will be walking by and they'd be like, "What's up, Padre?" or whatever the fuck that Louis brought from New Orleans.
I love that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Padre.
You had like hip ass motherfuckers on the South Side, just going, "What's up, Bishop?" or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Because they were just mimicking Satchmo and shit. So
yeah, totally.
I thought that was so cool, and I'm just saying,
Chicago's always had a special romance with the South. Yeah. The music, the culture, all that. Yeah, it's incredible.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, what have you been working on, man? You been writing some new poems, or what's up?
So I don't have any
new
poems. I don't have any new poems tonight. I have some older ones.
Oh yeah.
Man, I gotta tell you, I am so glad again to be able to do this, to listen, to I'm blessed to be able to participate. I feel so lucky to just be able to listen.
Yeah.
And listen
Same
to everybody
here.
else's work. And what a gift you've given to, you know, to Asheville, to us, to the fucking universe, man. I mean, you've been able to sustain this crazy. I mean, them first joints was rough. You know, trying to
Oh
do that
yeah, you're
Facebook
telling
Live,
me.
and people that, yeah, right. You know, it's like, oh, I'm next.
How do I work this?
Yeah.
Is this working?
Yeah. Right. Oh, wait. What do you mean?
Yeah,
What do you mean?
exactly. Wait,
What do you mean
can
it's
y'all
an
hear me?
iPhone?
Wait, no, don't put it up to
Here's
my ear.
What am I? Look, you want me to put the phone up to my eye? Oh, iPhone. Oh yeah, no, it's an Apple. I don't have an iPhone. I have an Apple.
It's a pad. Yeah, it's the original.
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, bro.
Oh yes, it's come a long way. We've been working on it. I'm glad it shows, and like it's always, I gotta say, as host, it's always like humbling to be surrounded by all these creative people. I mean, I love it. I feed on it, and I love providing the space for people to share and like just sitting back.
It really is
enjoying the show.
It really is something to hats off though to you about that. To, you know, and to your brother as well, that I know you've been working on it. I mean, it you've made this a thing, man. Like, you know, people are interacting with the screen. You know, we're interacting with the poets, and in a way, interacting with each other, and you know, giving each other some space and some, you know, maybe not witness, but give each other some attention. You know, and
community.
yeah, which is
I
what
dig
we've been
that.
saying. You know, us performers. I mean, you know, and then, oh god, just the wonderful opportunities of getting to hear. I mean, there's so many people that have read on this show that are from Asheville that I never heard because I don't live there. I mean, I've gone there and I've heard lots of different poets, but there's so many. Every now it's like Holland, you know, I mean, Trash, like all these different
people. Yeah, totally.
And being able to hear that, you know, but then also people that just never happen, you know, like Christopher T. George.
Oh yeah. That never would have happened otherwise.
He's like such a regular, and he's such a like.
Oh, he's great. Yeah.
Like I'm a, you know, I come by, you know, I do the floor show at the end of the night, you know, until the cleanup crew gets here.
Y'all.
You know, but like, you know, Christopher T. You know, George. I mean, that motherfucker's like a pillar of this experience where, you know, he does this really in touch with the times work, where it's either something that he wrote previously, but he can connect it to what's happening right now, or he just wrote something right now that's about right now, using like images and memories from his life.
Well, and he brings work by other people too. That's
and then
like
he brings the work
from all over the place.
and
It's
sharing
fantastic.
that, like, but he reads it so well that he's
got the voice for it for sure.
Yeah. But you know, and he owns the work for us, so it's almost like you forget. It's like, oh wait, that's not his. He just read that. But like,
I love it.
Yeah.
It's great when a poet can do that. Yeah. They kind of make it their own. Own it really. Yeah, like you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, you do that shit. You do that really well too. You know, where you know, like, like, you know, it'd be like, oh, whoa, wait. You stop reading your own stuff. Now we're reading all these other people's. Like, I have to keep reminding myself. It's like, oh shit, damn. You know, like I'm almost about gonna make a comment like, bro. It's like, oh wait, that's not his. You know,
it's all good.
And no. But I'm saying, like, you have that ability too to like really like take that poem and share your experience of it with us the way that he does. And it's just so like it. And then because I know you're a writer, I'm like, damn, he wrote that like this fucking. Well, oh shit! Somebody else is like, fuck. So it's like you got this like double barreled. Like, oof. It's like this is good shit. And I just read that shit, and it's like, zoosh, you know. And it's at that level of shit that you write anyway. It's just like when I hear something like that, it's like, oh, that's new shit, you know. But it's
new shit.
Yeah, yeah. With goddamn, when I was down there was when I heard people say new shit or something else that's very like poetry slam, and I was like,
oh yeah, what is it?
I've been
Spit
hearing
poet,
this.
Spit poet.
Yeah, I've been hearing. Yeah, man. Oh man. What's just even the whole spiel about like, you know, the lowest scoring, like, you know, Tony Lombardo gave a negative infinity or whatever. There's like some story that is part of the introduction of the poetry slam, and I'm like,
you're like, man, I'm from Chicago, and I've never seen slam like that.
I hear this same banter in Chicago at the Green Mill.
Oh yeah, oh that must be real crazy. You're like, what the fuck? They do this in Asheville now too?
Like I didn't know that was a part of the poetry slam. This like similar way of like, yeah, go poet, or you know, but right. But then also even like the spiel of the introduction, I'm like, the hell, this is weird, man. It's like
right,
it's like we infected them with our culture, you know.
But it goes both ways, you know.
Hell
yeah,
hell yeah,
comes all around. But yeah, I mean that little the Green Mill, man, has influenced the world. That little place in Chicago has influenced the whole poetry world at this point. I mean, there's I watch the poetry slams in Madrid, and and it's like they're doing stuff that. I mean, the whole form originated there. It must be fascinating to see that, like, right in your backyard, and then it's like spread out all over the world like that.
It is yeah. That's
it's become a total phenomenon. I mean,
it's I mean, but it's like that's seeing the format of the slam that people are doing it is one thing, but even like the kind of introductory banter, like
even that being the same, yeah.
It's you know what I mean. Like so, it's one thing. It's like, oh man, they do it the same way we do. Like that's one. But then it's like, damn, you introduce it the same way we do. Like wait, that was like kind of like a funny little spiel that Mark does, but that's part of the
no, now it's part of slam as a whole.
It's part of the slam prayer.
Yeah,
it's how we pray to bring on the slammeration gods,
I can't even imagine how that must be, because I mean this whole thing came about as like a drinking game, right? Like they never planned for this to be a worldwide phenomenon.
It was just that there was certain
next thing you know, there's like Def Poetry Jam, and
there was there was you got to get up here and we got to hang out with Gregorio, because he was there. And he's my friend when all this started,
Yeah.
And like.
And who, by the way, for folks, Gregorio is the host of the longest running open mic in Chicago, right?
It was the longest running mic.
Well, it was. It's not around anymore, but it went for 20 plus years.
It was the longest and the oldest.
Yeah. Woo.
So it actually beat out the Green Mill.
How long was it in the end? It's 20 something years. Oh shit, 30 fuck, good god. Yeah. I don't know if I can keep up with that, but that's fucking phenomenal.
And Gregorio was the host almost the entire time. It started out you like this. It started out with this guy, what was his name? John. He was a guy who ran with the MC5. The punk band.
Yeah, okay.
Kick out the jams, boom, like the proto, proto,
like early shit. Yeah.
Yeah. And but also he was like the first person arrested for marijuana in Michigan or something like that, and John Lennon were incarcerated, right? And John Lennon wrote a song about him after he was done with the Beatles when he's doing that weirdo shit, trying to figure out
Some of that stuff's cool.
the beautiful songs, but like while he was like figuring out like what the fuck he's gonna turn into.
Sure, yeah.
This beautiful shambles
different
that
stuff,
band.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
He busts out this like little acoustic song like what can you do? You gotta let him go. John sends them from the prison, yo. He's just it was like a little fucking song, kind of John Lennon tune. Anyway, that John Sinclair.
Okay.
That dude was the original host of Weeds Poetry at Weeds. And either right after him or like the bartender maybe hosted it like a couple of days.
Yeah.
But then right after him was Gregorio. So like not even that guy John Sinclair didn't even last a year.
Yeah.
So Gregorio was there like the whole fucking time. I got to that's where I learned how to host.
Mm-hmm.
I got to host that place a few times.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And learned a lot about how to kind of run something because like
there's definitely an art to it, but it's one of those things when it's done right, you don't notice they're doing anything. You only notice when the host is doing a poor job.
Bro, you are so fucking good at it. I mean, I've seen you in multiple venues run shows. Like I saw you do it. At let's just say the Kava, the Crow, the Altamont.
Growing well. Yeah, the Altamont, R.I.P. man.
And then what was it? There was like another. Was it Black Mountain Theater or something like that? There was another theater.
Well, there's Black Mountain College. Yeah.
No. It was in Asheville, but there was one show at the Altamont. There was another show. I think Jeff Davis had.
We did North Carolina Stage Company.
That's it.
Yeah.
It.
Great place. Shout out to NC Stage.
Yeah, and but like you got all this shit down there, man. It's just, what a blessing, man.
Lucky to have some good venues to host.
And yeah, you've killed it at all those hosts. All those like places. It's like you are really fucking good at what you do, bro. Like you write really well. You fucking translates nice. You fucking do this shit.
Thanks, man. Yeah.
You perform, bro. It's like, what, dude? Stop trying to make me feel like, crying and shit, man. Or like, or other times like how when you bust up the when you get very like, like almost like soulful with your when you're starting to play towards like your final poems of a set or of a show, and you just start to like, you don't go into a trance, but you start praying, man. You start getting some church on your shit, and you start giving it some extra, because I think like it's like, okay, now let me just get let me get all this Jesus out of me.
Yeah. I think usually by that point I'm not even like strategizing or thinking about it or anything.
Yeah, because you don't have to.
There's a point. You just gotta feel the points, feel the art,
bro.
whatever you're doing, and let it flow.
Yeah, you did that nice.
Go where it wants to. Because those are the moments you feel most like it's not really you doing this thing. You know what I mean? Like it's more like sometimes stuff just kind of comes through you. I mean, it is you, but it's like I don't know. For me, a lot of times the performance is a lot better when I'm not overthinking it, I guess, is the point.
Right. No, I know it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, totally. But speaking of hosting, we're running short on time here tonight, so I want to make sure we got plenty of time for your poetry. Because you are a fantastic poet as well, and I envy your sense of rhythm, your musicality, and your turns of phrase. Your ability to write the very real things in poetry. Make it relatable to people. So like, Big ups.
Thank you, man.
Yeah. So, yeah, what you got? You got some old favorites for us tonight?
I got something that fits a little bit. Yeah, I got some poems that are a
Some
little bit old.
springtime poems? Cool.
I got inspired by the different readings and the different commentaries about the readings. So like,
love that. Yeah.
What was it, the poet who Molly,
yeah, Molly Rice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. I can't believe she came on here tonight. That was fantastic.
And
she's
then
a big deal.
Jacinta.
Yeah.
And but also like they were still commenting about each other and the other work. So watching that and kind of listening to people, you know, when you guys you were talking to Molly and you were talking about grandparents and like the ancestors. And then later on, someone else was like talking about, you know, somebody earlier who had read, and or something that you had said, or even just like, you know, how beautiful. Oh man, still that was so cool.
Yeah. Well, like I said, man, I love it when the poems start having a conversation with each other.
That's it. Yeah, you said that. Yeah. That was perfect. That was perfect.
And sometimes it just happens naturally, or you know, sometimes people are like, "Oh, that grandmother poem really spoke to me. I'm gonna share a poem I have about my grandmother." You know,
right?
That's really cool. That's a real community, man.
I had two when I was driving when I was listening to that. I started writing down. I just like pulled fucking receipts because I was driving and I had no paper. I pulled receipts and I'm driving on the steering wheel on the middle part.
Oh, nice! You pulled a Kevin Evans.
And I'm writing down poems that I wanted to read. I couldn't find all of them, but poems I wanted to read because of what you guys were saying through the drive.
Yeah.
But then, after I made my list, then I'm driving. Then I'm like listening to the poems and the conversation. And I'm like, oh shit, man, you know. So then I take the same receipt and I start writing down like little lines of poems or like what was it? Oh man, Phil said something before he read about a million. I put the receipt. I left the receipt at my desk. So I don't remember what it was, but it was just like a million ways of sadness or something. But the way he said it, I was like, shit, man, let me write that shit down and say something about it, you know? That was just a lot of fucking heat and connection. But I was also, that's what I'm saying. The poems I put together are my gratitude and conversation back with the other poems and performers of tonight.
Beautiful.
And then a little bit of just like, you know, where I'm at.
Yeah. Add to it. Add to the conversation, man.
Yeah.
That's awesome, Emilio. Well, I'm going to turn it over to you. I look forward to hearing the work and continuing this poetic conversation.
Yeah, buddy.
Thank you so much, Emilio. Everyone out there, make a whole bunch of noise for the one and only Emilio Maldonado.
I walk outside and place my hands on the black Illinois topsoil. I dig deep and send to you mis caricias. There's miles and rivers, mountains, and the rest of the electric land. I take my time at the Mississippi, her softness and her memories. Listen to her stories. She's never been waiting to tell my part in her story. But I have my own message to send. And someone's waiting on the other side. I'm trying to figure out I'm trying to figure out if it's necessary to describe the electric land. A fever dream is what lay ahead of me. And the message I got drunk in Albuquerque. I love to say it was love and she smiled, but I lost some feathers and lucky rocks on that way. I'd love to tell you that and other happy endings, but this is my story. I had a drink. I had a drink and a drum began to beat. A drum began to beat and the desert sky opened up. The desert sky opened up and I lay there wondering why me. I saw that she was on her way back. I didn't make it, but maybe she lay her hands on red rock, dug deep into the crimson clay, looking for me, trying to help me get back home. That's the beauty of cross-country travel. The tales, the sights, the stories, the memories. Borinquen. Se cerró el Borinquen. El Borinquen está cerrado. Hasta el yunque me lo van a cerrar. Ya me quitaron el Surgeon de Fanes. Me quitan el sabor de lechón. El Borinquen está cerrado. Se cerró el Borinquen. ¿Qué tragedia estamos esperando? Como siempre en el bus de la California, que nunca llega cuando debe. Ídolos falsos. Internet falsos. Policías falsas. Los perros corren en las calles. Los cerdos protegen para otros esquinas y banquetas. ¿Dónde compraba mi lata de Miller Lite para $1? Se ha hecho una zona de lujo majadera para gente de ojo redondo, pelón y sin vergüenza. En lugar de la bodega de manteca y de la botánica. Aquí llega smoothies y un bar y grill. Que no conoce a risa profunda, no sabe cómo batallar. No toleran mi fastidio. La gente ya no trabaja. Está aquí de servicio. Se cerró el Borinquen. El Borinquen está cerrado. Un taller de mecánica donde mataron a un joven y ni siquiera una ofrenda existe. Se ha hecho a otro condominiazo. Ya no lo aguanto. No los invité. Este frío, este cambio de clima, el climate change en abril, es un castigo de los sins, de los pecados, las violaciones contra la tierra. Pero también es un castigo que se ha mandado a nuestra gente por tolerar el gabacho y el backpack. Estos huevones de la cultura que nomás saben 5 de mayo, pero no saben lo que pasó en mis historias, ni las de ellos mismos. Hablando de déspotas, cuando ellos mismos son los terroristas de todo y tito el mundo. Se quitó la lavandería, el laundromat, me ponen otra cafetera que se va a quebrar en 6 meses porque not so fucking trendy. Caminan en nuestras calles con su pelo rubio, sin vergüenzas, con sus perros, con colas altas, sin vergüenza, haciendo a nosotros pasar por otro lado de la calle, de la ciudad, con sus juguetes, disfrutando de mi vida, de nuestras vidas. Se cerró el Borinquen está cerrado. ¿Qué nos pasa, Humboldt Park? Los vendidos están ganando, han ganado. ¿Qué más nos queda? Yo quiero un lugarcito mío, pero siempre viene con bala y droga. Cuando nosotros estamos componiendo el barrio, ya disminuyendo las lágrimas de las madres, vienen porque hay oferta en lámina y madera, piso y pared. Se cerró el Borinquen está cerrado, nuestras calles están rotas, se ponen horrible. El bus sigue corriendo cuando quiere. Mira, ahí viene la California. Qué milagro. Solo ha pasado 1 hora. Las calles le faltan ambiente y música. Están frías estas calles. Se cerró el Borinquen. El Borinquen está cerrado. Las mochilas, los gabachos con sus reglas bien rectas y lindas, puras reglas. ¿De quién? De ellos. Se me está acabando el abril, pero era muy frío para un raspado. El castigo. Se cerró el Borinquen está cerrado. I charge a terrible price. Save me a life. Throw me a line. Throw me a life. A tenor horn begins a float for us every day with you. I've thrown away more happiness than I can bear, baby. Let me call you, baby. I've got something on my mind. You're on my mind, don't mind me, never you mind, losing my mind. Mind, 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 mind. Baby, let me call you, baby. Save my life. I ask a terrible price. The world goes silent. You smiled at me. Y'all here? She smiled at me. I wish I could say it was rage. Or fucking Miguel there wrote something, didn't he? A knight slashing at ghosts, but he had some pizzazz. There was something there. Minds. She smiled and it was mine, but she's good like that. A terrible price. Whew. I've not eaten sweetness in decades. I wish it was rage. I wish it was or a whimper looks at me askance, raise the eyebrows of a lowbrow love, manages a hug. Let me fix that. A whimper looks at me askance, raise the eyebrows of a lowbrow love, manages a hug. I back down. I retreat and die closer. If I only had a mule, instead I'm a jackass. I've got that still. The laugh. Throw me a rope. Baby, Can I call you baby? Saved my life. Metal bent, glasses cracked, bones cracked into the marrow, cracked open, and the stars can only do star things. They wait for me. Crescendos so satisfying, so delicious, just waiting, a pent-up symbolist. Veins bulge beyond arterial limits, and they wait. Every day she smiled before and since. Mine. I like mine best. Baby. Saved my life. Resolution and Coltrane can wait. Crescendos just ache. Aching to show off. I'm checking the lint in my jeans for rage. This resolution later. Mine. These minds. My mind. With only a hint of deliberateness, I look up, and the Milky Way has given way to the sun. The blue-gray dawn of Lake Michigan. The dark purple dawn leaving Los Angeles. Coming home on Route 66. The busy feast day cobalt sunrise of an Andalusian town. Families doing the hill bounce walk that us flatlanders never mastered. A march towards. I passed them with sweat, last night's rum, and gypsies. Who, god damn them gypsies. Maya. And bloodshot eyes, bemused by the purpose of it all. The blue-gray dawn of home. It's cold in March, but I shiver from the solar tug I feel. The lifeline. I'm pulled east. Leaving Los Angeles, home isn't miles and miles of electricity, roadkill, Texas, or hills. Home is at the end of a road. Vertical, terrible, scenic. The road just ends, and I'm home. I don't mind smiles I never feel. I've got something on my mind. She asked me to look into her soul. It's too bright. I've got work to do. I've got crescendos to unfurl. Windmills that need a rust cake rage, and I laugh. Baby, can I call you baby? I've thrown away more happiness than I can bear. I've got something on my mind. Goosebumps just exploded from my chest. This cosmic reckoning. This precious life. I ask a terrible price. I've got work to do. I got one more. If that's all right. Oh, here it is. Sorry about that. This is the newest poem out of the ones I wrote that I read tonight. My desires aren't done justice by silly pens. Ultimately, it falls to the ballpoint. My desires and fantasies are running now. It's been a while since they stretched, darted, climbed, leapt, and ran hard. I just saw a photo of you. After seeing other photos of you. Some for many. Others done long ago. Does that matter? I don't know. Some sent to me without veils, a few just for me. Without any semblance of permission or control, caresses on my face, chest, secret thought of vulnerability and undeserved trust. A fool's hope that karma left a gate unwatched, and a butcher's bill can be put on layaway. Comeuppance and installment payments financed by Cook Brothers, or, stores over on 47th, brown or black side. Run by otros inmigrantes atrevidos, not Gloria Trevi or Alejandra Guzman. Ahmed from Bridgeview. Sing from Highwood. It's hope, too. Misguided, premature hope splayed on my bed, on my face, in my pants. Too stupid or clueless to think I can get to my seat without being noticed. Que los perros duermen. Candela. Emborrachado de sueños y lágrimas sin sostén, sin tierra para florecer. Un piano bugalú, una salsa dura, los bongos, pegado con emociones inmerecidas, vapor y humor. Te busco en mi soledad, te encuentro solo, drinking my coffee, stoned and drunk, self-consciously sweating fearlessly in lust, feeling imagined hierarchies from places reserved by others' blood, others' bravery, others' threats. Those eyes. Manos vibran sobre piel de tambor, cuero y desencuero. Those fucking nails. El cantante pidiéndole a Dios, condenado por el diablo. Condenado por el mismo Dios. Que Dios rechaza mentirosos y ladrones. A glimpse of your knee. I'm nearly destroyed. I muster some harmony. ¿Qué problema con Mariana? El que se encontró mi pana. ¿Qué problema con Mariana? El que se encontró mi pana. ¿Qué problema con Mariana? El que se encontró mi pana. Star charts are written, are conjured, deciphered, lost, burnt. Those eyes, bro. Doo-wop oldies try to slow the fire in my chest still. Shaking. I'm flying home. Northside sidewalk segments are consumed in strides that belong to the 80s. Crosswalks, street lights, late night menace, and run-of-the-mill drunk drivers become light trails. Psilocybin knows what's up. The night breeze propels, fights, blesses, permits my flight home. My mad dash to a bar stool. This. It was a photo only. Mine. In doubt only.
Hell yeah, Emilio. Fantastic stuff, man. Great reading there. Thank you for that. Really fucking on point, man. Good way to round out the night. And yeah, shit, we are out of time though, so I'm gonna have to close things out. But dude, it's good as hell to see you as always. And
Tomorrow I'm getting that second dose, bro.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, dude, do it.
That
yeah.
means, listen,
and hit me up, man.
I'm
Let's
hitting
talk.
you up
Yeah.
right now because
Okay.
I tried saying let's talk last week, and your ass gave me the. So I'm telling you this right now. I'll be good in 15 days.
Yes.
I would like to come down in May twice because your guy Tom Flanagan, he I think that was his name. He is going to be participating in that Bob Dylan event towards the end of May.
Yeah.
He's organizing it. He was
Tom
reading.
Flanagan. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. He read some poetry. One of your shows, and then he heard what I did, so we're chatting on the thread, and he was like, "Come on down for this Bob Dylan thing."
Oh yeah.
It was
George Terry.
George
Terry.
Huh?
George Terry.
Yeah, I guess that was his name.
I don't know.
It was better.
Yeah. Totally. Yeah.
So I was like,
we're doing.
But I saw that was like towards the end of May. I'm like, nah, man, I want to be good to travel like early May. So, bro, I want to, and I'll figure out lodging. You know, I'll stay right there on that shelf, right above your head. Like
yeah, man.
About here. I'll
nice
stay there.
Up there.
I'll be. Just let me. I'll chill there for like 5 days, 6 days. You won't
perch up there.
Yeah. I'll figure out something, but as long as
perched on the bookshelf.
Hey, man.
Oh, what's up, dude?
Hey, don't bother me. I'm focusing. Bro. No, but I'm just saying, bro.
I love it. Let's do it, man. Things are opening back up. Numbers are going right. We're
Not
looking
only want
good.
to be here with you,
Getting vaccinated.
Yeah.
Can't wait to have a drink.
You and your brother, but I really want to be around that energy of the people that you got down there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and just it's like you have so many cool cats that are intersecting with you via the show, via the Kava, be it you yourself as a poet, as a host, as a translator. I mean, shit. How many people have you encouraged and nurtured in your home in in your home? You know, but
I don't know. Probably too many.
You know, as a musician, you know, as a all this stuff. It's like all this energy. It's just like fuck yeah, man. You know.
Thank you, dude.
But yeah, so like
I feel you.
You attract all these fucking wild ass cats. Like I remember the first time I hung out with you. The first like 12 hours were kind of like that's more or less what I expected. I'm glad I did this. I was like doubting it, but man, it's nice and warm. And Caleb's just how I remembered it. Damn, this barbecue is good. And this is nice, like shit. Wood floors and this big ass tree, and it's like comfortable. And it's like okay, if this is the trip, I'm good with this. I'm good. Oh, we checked out some little art gallery. Oh man, check this out. Shit. This is all like deserted over here. There ain't nothing over here. I know he ain't gonna kill me. He's cool. No, but yeah, he's like, this is cool shit. You know, like, all right, cool. Nick, relax. That's the first 12 hours. If that was the whole rest of the trip, I'd still be like, bro, you got to go to Asheville, man. And then the rest of the trip, like, excuse me, Mr. Memories. We're gonna have to ask you to go sit in the back because we're gonna have to interrupt some of the swell.
Careful with those. Careful with the memories.
Cause she, man. even like the randomest thing of like, you know, just introduce someone like, hey man, you want to come and record? What? Yeah, we could. Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh yeah, we did that. Yeah, collapsible
and it was
studios.
Like it came together like literally from like a what's up, dude? And it's like, wait, hold on. And I think it was not only one night, we did it 2 nights in a row.
Oh yeah.
You know, it was like,
Yeah.
I thought it was, or maybe it was like a second trip and we did it again, but
Probably, I don't know. It's
but that
hazy,
first trip,
yeah.
it was before Charlie came down. That first trip, you had
Oh,
some
yeah.
dude that was like one of your peoples. He showed up with the fucking trumpet, and like we're already drunk and stoned.
yeah.
It's like 2:30, 3 a.m. in the fucking morning.
Sean Smith, man.
And
yeah.
this dude walks in, and I'm like, oh man, like I know there ain't no girls here, but who the fuck ordered the handsome black dude? Like if some girls just happen to show up, now it's like, well, motherfucker's gonna, you know. And then he came in, and then we like jammed together, and it was like nice. And then the next night we saw him performing at what was that? The Orange, the one that's got the stage upstairs.
Oh, the Orange Peel.
Is that the one that's got the stage upstairs?
Or the music hall, maybe.
Maybe,
One Stop. I don't know. There's a bunch of places.
it was just this band that had that dude playing trumpet.
Oh, he's killer. Yeah. Oh, maybe it was the Super Yamba band, or no,
Yeah.
that was back then. I wonder what he was doing then.
That sounds like the name of the band, though.
Super Yamba band's great, man. It's like Afrobeat, Afro pop music.
That was it. That
Brooklyn,
was it.
Man. Yeah. Oh,
That was it. Yeah.
So good. So good. They got an album out now. You should check out. Yeah. Super
No,
Yamba
bro.
band.
I mean, that was like my first 12 hours of like, this is relaxed, this is chill, this is, you know, sun, warm. Kayla's fucking even cooler than I remember. Barbecue, little art gallery. Oh man, ceramics. You know, kind of like, you know, and you're like such a good like host. Like you're talking all about, you know, the city and the history of it, and like how this used to be this and this used to be that, and I'm like getting this great experience of it, and I'm already like, man, everybody I know has got to come back to this motherfucker. And then the next 12 hours basically became like, you know, Hall of Fame center for the Los Angeles Lakers, you know, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. It was just like, holy shit. So then, of course, I came back the following year.
We have a good time. Yeah.
You have a good time. You know a lot of good-ass people because you're good-ass people.
Charlie Raw, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
Well, thank you, man. Likewise. I mean, good people find good people, you know.
Yeah, man.
So,
I mean, meeting Max. I mean, come on, like boom, 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 boom.
Max
boom,
is
boom, boom.
amazing. You can't,
You know,
yeah.
Aaron.
Gotta love Max and Aaron, of course.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
man,
know-
we gotta get you back with the, you know, to
Bro,
shout some poems with the lactones, man. Again, that'd be fun.
And my other Appalach bro, what was Richard Barrett, guy who was running the
Yeah. Oh yeah, he had the Ultima at the time. Yeah. Big shout out to Richard Barrett.
We just clicked.
Richard Barrett. Widespread Panic.
Oh man, me and him, it was just like 2 peas in a pod right away. You know?
Oh yeah.
It's like, man, we were at home with each other quick.
I don't even remember this.
Yeah, it happened the first time. And
there's probably a lot of drinking involved.
Oh my god, yeah. The first time we connected so hard. You know? And then the second time we hung out a little bit because of the Ultimate was still going on. But the following year when I came back, I almost missed them. And we figured out to meet up at that bar, this Mexican bar, the 3 of us and his lady, to have drinks and lunch before I jumped on a plane back to Chicago. And that was
that's awesome.
Yeah, I used to have the sticker of that fucking place on my computer screen, but I had to get my screen fixed.
Yeah, what place are you talking about?
It had like a fake New Mexico cross type thing. Like very like Hopi Indian kind of geometric, like Southwest looking shit. But anyhow, the 4 of us were eating there and having drinks there, and I remember
Zia,
it was like,
maybe?
Huh?
Zia?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh yeah.
And we got good and just drunk, and it was just like, but why I brought it up was like, he was like, man, don't leave Asheville, like let's meet up still. because like he couldn't do
yeah.
all these reasons. So like we met up, on the
Nice.
way to the airport, and just got
Right,
like,
right.
a good old drink and shit on, and it was like, yeah,
Man.
I think they were recently married when we got together at that time. I think so, but either way, she was
I don't
so
think that
lovely.
worked out. Unfortunately, I don't think that
Oh,
worked
did it?
out. Unfortunately, but
Oh, I'm sorry.
but
I'm sorry. I didn't
we're
mean to-
just doing all right, now, man. Yeah,
Good. I didn't mean
definitely.
to turn, but I'm just saying, she was so lovely to me though. She didn't know who the fuck I was. She was just so nice.
So many nice people here, man. It's an amazing place, dude. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
really is, man. I'm
We
glad
just
you could
find them
make
nice ass
make-
folks,
Totally, man. Well, yeah, man. Let's do it again real soon, man. It seems like the times are arriving. So, yes.
Big ups and thank
More
you
times in
to
Asheville.
the performers tonight again. To Jacinta. Holy crap! I like that set so much. I think I was messaging you or your brother like
Cool.
I want, or I think I said it to you at the beginning. Yeah, I was like, we got to drive over there to Winston Salem and like have coffee and go and just give me an opportunity to go. Hi, wow.
Yeah.
Can we do a reading together?
Yeah.
Or can we like become like lifelong friends right now?
Right. Yeah.
Because it was.
I feel you.
Oh man, I felt. I love when that's like how I feel about Ted, man. Like I can't wait to get over there and hang out with his uncomfortable ass and just but still like he knows I love him and I know he loves me.
Oh yeah.
And,
He loves everyone. Ted loves everyone. He might like run out of the room or something.
Don't you cheapen what I have with Ted.
Hey,
No.
I'm not gonna get in between y'all, man. Don't worry.
Don't. But yeah, man, it was.
Oh yeah.
Just big ups, big
Word.
love.
Much love to the poets. Yep. Technical director Morgan Beissert. And sponsor Sovereign Kava, of course. Much love to the Kava bar. We love the Kava
throw
bar.
up any websites of different readers. Maybe if there's anybody still out there, watching us, just to get Jacinta's. Yeah, there it is, or Christopher's, or all that stuff. That'd be cool. Right before we sign off, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of these performers have stuff online you can find. Lots
Get
of
your
good
ass in
places.
Chicago soon, buddy.
Let's do it, man. We'll link up soon. Thanks for being here tonight, Emilio. Much love. And
I will bore the hell out of you.
All right, we'll do it. It's been real, dude. Thank you so much, Emilio. Much love. Everybody out there, make a whole shit ton of noise for the one and only Emilio Maldonado. Thank you, Emilio.
Thank you, buddy.
Salute. Live from Chicago, Illinois, Emilio Maldonado. You're tuned into Poetry Open Mic Asheville. Yes, indeed. It's Poetry Open Mic. I'm Caleb Beissert, your host. It's been a fantastic evening. I'm going to lay a poem or two on you, and then we will get out of here for the night. But you can catch us here again. Next week, our featured poet is Ben Clark. Come check it out. Ben is a fantastic poet. Also used to live in Chicago. And we're super happy to have him on the show. So tune in again next week, 8:30 Eastern Time. We'll have some Ben Clark for you. All right.
Forget me not. So I grabbed up the skeleton thick sunflower and stuck it at my side like a scepter and delivered my sermon to my soul and Jack's soul too, and anyone who will listen.
All right. This is called Repetitive Stone Amulet. Sandstone slabs, fallen ravine, blue shades, every dwelling steer, clear, sober, ended up, joker cards on every surface of the slum home, spray paint, fingers, tobacco, whiskey, cup slammed, breakfast never gave up, on beating, hummingbird, pumps, hurricane, plasma, insane, fabric of cosmic parachute revealed. a speck of dust contained us, the everyone we've ever known. Those love towers of unarrangement, unknown baby's breath, and dark carnations. Simple recitation of lines from eyes pushing the land shark across the last lawns of the suburbs. Hero of the suburbs. In the early sunlight, exploded heart. Seasons weeping, edges of sharp memory, a constant killing ground of lost cats and raptors radiating above one last time. Let the coffee be somewhat warm at least. Let the joy come hard when it comes. And the grief be bristles that pass with the nights, and all our troubles be reconciled in the deep whale songs of the oceans, the ancient speech of turtles. Let us see the beauty of tree trunks. Let us work in the valley of broken light bulbs. Let us fail until we fail enough to get it right. Let us be the tree trunks standing on the shoulders of giants, growing everywhere. Let that be what we set out to. Let rains come. Let stars fall. Let dirt cover. And let grow. Let go. Let grow. Let grow. Let grow. Everywhere. I look from my little hillside of earth. I can see the hospital where people are dying and recovering from the virus. Tonight is a quiet blue lake for a Friday. No cars, no helicopter. No drunks scream from the street. But the screaming is unbearable. This one's called Sign. The anxious opiate addict, 10 days sober, keeps asking to play the piano, unfazed that the answer is always no. He's just asking if he can play the piano. It had a sign on it that said to ask the bartender before playing it. He just wants to play it for a few minutes. Is it cool if he just plays it for a few minutes? He's just asking. We're really just trying to close up, man. But he just wants to play it for a few minutes. So is it cool if he just plays for a few minutes? He's just asking, though. He knows how to play. He'll play it really good just for a few minutes. He's just asking if he can play the piano just a few minutes. Piano, is it cool? Piano, a few minutes. Piano. He's asking piano, minutes, piano, piano. He's just asking piano, minutes, piano. He's just asking piano, minutes. He just wants to play the piano for a few minutes. He's just asking. He's just asking. He's just asking piano, minutes, piano, piano, piano. Piano. He's just asking if he can just play the piano for a few minutes. He really needs to get something out. My friend to the random person at the bar. My psychotherapist says I'm paranoid, but I have pictures of the helicopters that were following me. Sanctus. Going slow across the bridge, angels appear, spidery and naked, making out and pouring water. I disappear into unmarked bars where they serve all night. I drink deep sips of whiskey made of water from an ancient spring when extinct birds sang and the stars were different. The water has changed. I sit on a bar stool, teeter, and lament its passing, grateful for something. Give the bartender everything I have. Thanks for being here for Open Mic, y'all. It's been amazing. I'll leave you with some Rumi. Thanks again to our featured poet, Jacinta White. Check out her reading Coming up very soon on what is it, the 24th, Writing is Respite, a poetry workshop for healthcare workers. Very good thing there. Check it out. Find more at poetryheals.com/for-healthcare. Thank you, Jacinta. It's been a wonderful evening. Some Remy of the Barks. Bird Wings. Your grief for what you've lost lifts a mirror up to where you are bravely working. Your grief for what you've lost lifts a mirror up to where you're bravely working. Expecting the worst, you look, and instead, here's the joyful face you've been wanting to see. Your hand opens and closes, and opens and closes. If it were always a fist, or always stretched open, you would be paralyzed. Your deepest presence is in every small contracting and expanding. The two as beautifully balanced and coordinated as bird wings. Your grief for what you've lost lifts a mirror up to where you're bravely working. Your deepest presence is in every small contracting and expanding. The two as beautifully balanced and coordinated as bird wings. As bird wings. Your deepest presence is in every small contracting and expanding. The two is beautifully balanced and coordinated as bird wings. Expecting the worst, you look, and instead, here's the joyful face you've been wanting to see. Your grief for what you've lost lifts a mirror up to where you're bravely working. Your hand opens and closes and opens and closes. Your deepest presence is in every small contracting and expanding. Your deepest presence is in every small contracting and expanding. The two as beautifully balanced and coordinated as bird wings. As beautifully balanced and coordinated as bird wings. As bird wings. There are love dogs no one knows the names of. Give your life to be one of them. There are hundreds of ways to kneel and kiss the ground. The breeze at dawn has secrets to tell you. Don't go back to sleep. Don't go back to sleep. There are hundreds of ways to kneel and kiss the ground. Let the beauty we love be what we do. Let the beauty we love be what we do. There are love dogs no one knows the names of. Let the beauty we love, let the beauty we love be what we do. Let the beauty we love be what we do. Thanks for coming to Open Mic tonight. It's been an honor and a pleasure. My name is Caleb Beissert. Our technical director is Morgan Beissert. Our sponsor is Sovereign Kava. And our featured poet tonight was Jacinta Williams. Tune in again next week. We'll have Ben Clark as our featured poet, and we hope to see a lot more open micers and viewers out there as well. Y'all take care. Stay safe out there. And take this feeling here we created here tonight. Do something good with it. Much love, y'all. Here on the Love Stream. Signing off. Y'all have a fucking great night. my darling, your friends liked me more than you, I suspect. Loyalty is sometimes taken for granted. I'm gonna sit on the floor and do some caresses to the rug, get my fingers vibrating. I hide a bottle of brandy in a jacket pocket. You find strangers' lips ready and warm. I promise the phrase "you should" has been 86 forever. Ice cream's on me next time. Caleb Beissert also on percussion and drums, Rob on the bass, Chris on guitar.